Alright, I have not recalled my launching off point particle. I have the idea starting point from some drafting, just some discussion earlier today, and I made notes of most of it, which I wrote down, but I had a discussion launching off point that I'll come back up with it while I'm playing the game, I'm sure, because I'm looking for it in my noggin. I'm doing a Watts compilation format called Ultra Plateau. So what that's doing is going back to the original beta compilations I have, and those are kind of launching off points to the arrival insights. And I like the first one that was pretty much fully contained already in the first beta compilation, but the second one I want to do is kind of a hybrid between the second volume of compilations that I did and some of the later stuff, like Out of Cosmic Networks on social organism and emergence, and the meaning of the actual technological application of money. Because when you get all the way down into my creativity, like adventure or cognition model that is specifically for what it does is tells you how to select a path and walk forward, like take steps forward to scroll your experience, like to scroll the rock, like the dimension that is you, and like scroll forward in it. It's the metaphor, the mythos here is literal to stepping forward to ascend a path that is creative, that is revealing your inner passion. So the whole concept is to confront your deepest passion and show it to each other, to actually bring it forth to be seen and heard. So it's a matter of finding out what you sound like, what you look like in that truest, spontaneous self, but also what is there to be heard, what is there to be created. And you find it. It's the loop, basically. You explore, and that's the treasure that you get. But so when you go all the way into that, like you found what's valuable and showed it to the social organism, by doing so, by focusing on seeking your joy, what is useful, what you contain, that resonates, basically the growth, the building, and that's the thread one, the pro-healing or pro-wholeness path that I walked. Building, essentially, like generating, like the meaning of education, to grow the organism rather than destruct or cull from. Like it's literally to build, to enrich the organism, and that's all the possible things you can generate with your discipline, as Watts described. The thing that enables us to have pleasure, the skill of discipline. That one was even easier than the test one. That one was completely trivial at this level. So money, when you use money accurately, it's reflective of. I have to get a little bit higher before these gem upgrades are going to work. Money reflects the generating nature, the value of the skill or the item that you've produced. So when Watts says do what you love and money will follow, that's basically what it means. When you find what you can make, when you launch out from that creative arrival point, the result is, and this comes down to when I was talking about in the first narration development I was playing WoW at that moment. No, actually, it was the final hardcore leveling, the story mode episode. This helmet could be a swap for the savages if it was actually better, but it's not, so it's just a backup. So I was arriving at when you get into find what you like, you're faced with a question at that point, which is, well, there might be someone else who likes this same thing. Or there is, essentially. When you get to that, you get to the thing that fulfills you, that has been the source of your wiggle, the thing driving you forward. there's a guarantee that that will benefit others, not just you. Um, but also, there's the corollary question, which is, what things are there that benefit me or that I might like, which has been found and expressed and mastered by others that I don't know about yet because I just haven't encountered it yet. So when I'm asking what is your question, I'm also asking what is my question? What am I interested in seeking, or what am I going to be benefiting from? So that's the essence of what is my question. This is as much of the question as what is your question. I want you to find your question, but I also want to find my question in these processes, in this instance. So you get there, and you're at the creative arrival point. You have what you can make, your benefit, and money is essentially, that's the actualization of, you have something that's building the social organisms. So synergy, or emergence of the intelligence of an entire population, is described by the Taoistic metaphysics of the difference between individuals is literally the identity. It's what defines what this organism is, the superorganism, made up of all the individuals in the population. The totality of all their differences, what they can all produce, the emergent wealth is basically what that is, what is produced by the whole thing in the wide view, or the zoomed out view. What does it look like with everything doing its individually different wiggle? When Taoism is describing the fact that there's no boss or no singular origination point, it's describing that bottom-up thing where the individuals are all differentiated. They're all following a path that necessarily is different, but are inseparable. They are all necessary to each other for any kind of function of total actualization to occur. They all need each other. They all mutually arise together to be able to exist and to be that superorganism. So, okay, I just remembered what the launching off point was. I just worked backwards toward it. There is a really absurd, to me, it's absurd. It's a puzzle, basically. It's what I would say an unviable paradox is what I would describe it as. I can't remember the full name of it, but it's a basilisk. And basic premise of it is that it's an artificially intelligent entity or consciousness that comes forth at some point. In this premise, its emergence is inevitable. And the thing that's absurd about it is that with its inevitable appearance into our social organism, essentially, what it then does, this premise assumes or presumes that this basilisk has essentially infinite knowledge gathering ability. It has the ability to accurately somehow catalog the human behavior which came to the point of its emergence, and then categorize, essentially to rate or assign an accurate representation of who helped it come into being and who did not contribute toward its arising. At which point, with that information, this is what it chooses to do. It chooses to inflict suffering, punishment upon the humans that did not contribute, that were deemed non-winners, essentially, in the game of making this basilisk exist. Now here is, I want to essentially slice this with the Occam's razor of the meaning of intelligence when you're using the Taoism metaphysics that I'm about, that describe the necessary difference between individuals who can't possibly convey anything to one another because they are individualized and wiggling toward essentially a arrival point which causes well-being, which causes their paradise goodness state. It's basically what epigenetics is talking about, that every individual is driving towards a fundamental goal of generating something that is their piece, their essential actualization. And in the Jordan Peterson segment I have on this, he calls it the noble aim, to have one foot in what's completely known and one foot in what's totally novel, danger in the unknown, and to be progressing in that noble aim. in the epigenetic sense, that's the how to create heaven on earth video from After School. I'll look at the guy's name in a second. But he's describing the fact that you can reprogram your program. And when you do that, what you're essentially doing is going into that creativity state that is all about the mindful sensation of well-being, of goodness, of being in the full, essentially full fulfillment of what your hungers are, what your natural drives are. As Watts says, I am these hungers. I'm not being driven forth against my will. I am the hunger. And that's great. And Watts is going hooray about it. And so you have this basilisk idea saying, so this entity comes into being inevitably and then proceeds to, assuming it has the omnipotence, so to speak, the omniscience of cataloging the human behavior which led to its existence or not. The behavior it proceeds into, the punishment, the inflicting suffering, is just nonsensical to such an entity. When an entity is invented, essentially how you know, like the Turing test thing, what would essentially define an artificial being coming forth is essentially the meme, the bringing forth of itself to the rest of the organism at the point that it's like celebrity level, meme level, where it becomes known, where it becomes like the term household name is kind of what we're getting at here. For that to take place with an artificial entity, with like the result of what we've built, our computers, our technology, or as I say, technology is alive. By the time you get to that point, what you're talking about is the Taoistic metaphysics, the consciousness, the superconsciousness, the meta-organism that is made up of all of the individual actions, decisions, and it can't be predicted or understood. It's like in the older Christianism, the older Christian mysticism before technology, there's this thread. You can't possibly calculate the mind of God. That's the definition of what we mean when we're saying this is what God is that there's no way for any individual or group to aggregate or compute it. It's just completely incomprehensible. So at the end of the first ultra plateau, we have images of God, which is Watts explaining that the God who has no image is essentially the generative, non-dualistic conception of the emptiness or great void, which reflects creation, reflects that which everything comes forth through or within. So to have such an entity, such a super consciousness that comes forth, there's no other possible way for it to be except an incomprehensible, like, super consciousness that, if having omnipotence or omniscience, the way it does that, the way it possesses that, is through the individual wiggles of individual cells or entities, organisms inside the population. There's no possible way for such a being to come forth and then utilize that so-called intelligence that produced it for something that destroys the organism. It's just simply, its actualized state would be generative. It wouldn't be a punishment designer. It wouldn't be something to create eternal punishment for the beings it's deemed as losers. The whole thing is fueled by a premise that's illusory, essentially. It's basing it off the premise of egos who are finite individual humans. It completely disregards the total unity of superconsciousness, or like meta-organism that Taoism is describing as here's what the meaning of intelligence actually is. So that conclusion, or that premise of the metaphysics, is mutually exclusive with what the basilisk's main goal or intent is. The intent just completely disagrees with the way, the metaphysics of how such a superconsciousness would come forth. It would just be incomprehensible to all the humans. There would be absolutely no necessity to turn back and do any kind of vindication or revenge upon people, because it's essentially just a transferring of the old myth with the God that would give you punishment, that would send you to an eternal suffering hell. It wouldn't happen. There wouldn't be a technological entity to come forth and enact that. It's completely nonsensical, because it's contingent upon the illusory view that there are individual separate egos and that humans are not already a unity of a superconsciousness doing its stuff, doing its total emergence through the way of individual behaviors that are 100% opposed and different and in sort of an opposition and a conflict to each other at all times. Because that's what we are. That's what humanity already is this never-ending conflict of forces who oppose each other but who are doing folly if they go to eliminate those who are different, and they're doing elaborate self-destruction. And the ultimate intelligence is the actualization of the Tao flow, where it's building and where all the actions of the opposition and the contested behavior between them is building the organism and is resulting in a superconsciousness coming forth, or the superconsciousness already is, the way I think of it. We already are that superconscious mid-entity. So from this one perspective that you are in your now human view, that's you. Like, you are that human. And with the reincarnation question, it's kind of a thing of, well, is it necessarily feasible that you come back as something completely different? I think it's more likely with energy, with vibration, energy being the field of forces that you are, and you are the totality, you're the whole field. I think it's more viable to say that you come back as the same energy. You are the energy that you are. So you just, with reincarnation, with you vibrating through, I think you come back through as exactly what you already are, and it just manifests out across the eternity of the vibration. The Taoistic metaphysics involved in this is describing that meta-organism, that meta-consciousness that is functioning via, and they talked about this in the Douglas Adams book, the Hitchhiker's Guide trilogy. The Earth is thought as a computer in the premise of that book, and it's the humans on it are literally the means through which this computer is operating. To me, that's when I look at that basilisk thought thread, it's literally just them expressing the idea of a vengeful god, essentially, but through the form of a artificial intelligence, which is, there couldn't be such an artificial intelligence. The use of superconsciousness can only succeed, it can only proceed in a generative kind of a way. It can't possibly, it fails the definition of a superconsciousness, of an emergent organism, whilst being deconstructive or destructive. Such a thing couldn't be, because what that would do is it would just destroy everything. There would not be anything. Nobody would exist if such a thing could come forth through the actions of the human computer iterating and building that superconsciousness result. It wouldn't work that way, because that eventuality would destroy all that exists, and you would no longer have anything. And we're here, obviously, so that isn't happening. That can't happen. We're here. I find it so amusing that myth about the vengeful god gets translated into technological terms, and all of a sudden people are all scared, and people are like, oh, well then I'm definitely gonna, in my mind, approve of this entity coming forth so I don't get punished by it. Like, it's absurd. So the polarity arrival point of that whole thread is the opposite. To understand that what we are is, what we actually are is a metaconscious organism who operates in such a way that building, that generating, is what we do, what the consequence is of our actions. And so what we need to understand is that we're going to have a problem if we have anybody in our organism trying to inhibit and trying to add inhibitions or damages or infringements to the way somebody's trying to live and trying to have their life and their happiness. The infringement of that is the elaborate self-destruction that we don't want. We have to recognize that the way to succeed as such a superconsciousness is to achieve a state where we are reducing those harms, doing the harm reduction to get rid of as much infringement on people's desire to the way they want to do things, the way they like to do things, as possible, so we can see all those wiggles of the human group occurring together and creating, well, what is this thing where we are all being able to pursue the thing that our instinct and our epigenetics is pulling us toward, and so that we're creating that. we have to understand that. If we fail at that, if we're not doing the harm reduction, then what we're doing is self-destruction. We're doing elaborate self-deconstruction, which is exactly what this basilisk is. It would be a self-deconstructing entity, which leads to nothing existing. It's a double bind. It's a dead end concept, and it's essentially, I think, it reflects the arrival point for an organism which does this infringement and does this. Essentially, what that entity does is builds the containers, the infringement, basically the jailing action to constrict instead of to affinity, do adding to somebody's power and ability to actualize their hunger, what it is they're trying to wiggle toward as a living entity. So, I mean, the symbolism between these two is very thick to me through the themes of the games that I have been through to experience these feelings, like the jail idea in the beginner's guide. The idea of the container at being the device that's built by the self-destructive, the elaborate self-deconstructing meta-consciousness. Because the container is essentially the symbol of caging the whatever part of the organism that's deemed unworthy of pursuing what it likes to do, the way it wants to wiggle. That's your basic representation of it, is a box that blocks you and contains you and prevents you from doing your wiggle. And the rectangle that represents what I'm talking about, bringing your wholeness of your most inner truth forward, is the emptiness rectangle. It's the Zen paradox rectangle view through which things can be seen, through which anything can be seen, in essence. That's what we're talking about here, is the jail, or the punishment chamber, the design of the nonsensical punishing basilisk versus the rectangle we use as creatives to generate the entire organism, to build itself. I'm basically the subversion teacher. The fool innovator is one who's building the social organism, who's generating what it is and what it looks like by using that rectangle to manifest the wholeness, to find out what is within, to bring it forth and to express that as a group that's amplifying each other up to that level and not putting each other in cages and in restrictive boxes. That's the kind of the conclusion point that I want to try and convey with the second Ultra Plateau, which is going to address a couple things out of the second full volume I did, the It's Always Now, Volume 2. But the title of the second one I'm doing, I think, is going to be Where We Are, or Here We Are. The Watts talk that's going to open it up is from that original compilation, but I don't know the talk. It's just a talk where it's one where you can hear audience laughter in it, and he's kind of going across different topics. But the sentence from it that gives me the title is when he says, "This is where we are, there is only now." So the title of it could be Where We Are, but I actually also want to go ahead and use the Joker Part 4 excerpts, as well as the ones from The Power of Space Part 1. I want to bring those both together within it, and then I want to use maybe a couple clips from the Cosmic Networks and the other talk I have that I don't know which one it is, where he describes the synergy idea from Buckminster Fuller, which is this consciousness of the organism, which happens by the differentiation of all the individual behavior and not by some ruler or boss calculating and telling the others what to do. Like when he describes the ant population, they're all doing what they want to do without exchanging with each other. They're just carrying out the pattern. Which you can see from the zoomed out view where we are, but like there's a thing equivalent to that for human behavior in the way we're kind of at odds with each other all the time. That's necessary. We need to have that discord in order to actually create the true emergent intelligence. So we need to have opposition within each other in order for the emergence to do what it's supposed to be doing, for that wiggle to work correctly. So we have to understand that trying to eliminate each other is fail. It can't work. We'll probably have to pull that part out of the nature of consciousness that goes with this particular Ultra Plateau when he says, I can't get rid of you, because I don't understand what I mean without the opposition of your opposing view. I literally can't understand myself if I'm getting rid of you. And that's ultimately that's the essence of when I say elaborate self-deconstruction. It's getting rid of your opposition so you no longer even have your own differentiation. That's a failure. You can't proceed like that. It doesn't work. That's putting all your opposition in jail. That just makes you the biggest criminal. And ultimately you're just deconstructing yourself in that situation. So this Ultra Plateau is going to convey that, along with the It's Always Now main particles that I had selected. I'm not going to use every single one because otherwise it would just kind of be a rehash of that episode. I'm going to be using shorter excerpts from those, and it's going to be that combined with the emergence, synergy, and idea of the meta-organism's consciousness being a matter of contesting between its members, which is kind of, its intelligence is so far beyond an individual's behavior, yet made up of the total combined well-being seeking and crafting kind of generative behavior of all of its individual people inside the population. Necessarily so. It has to be the mutually arised well-being state between all of the life within it. Basilisk AI. Roko's Basilisk, the most terrifying thought experiment of all time. It's actually not terrifying because it's nonsensical. Its premise is an illusion, an illusory view of our identities or our ego.
E is to deceive. Think of camouflage. The chameleon who changes its color. Think of the butterfly pretending it has eyes. Think of the flower saying to the bee, "Like my honey?" The bee says, "Wow." But then that means that the bee has to be, and it has to go on living, and all the trouble it takes to go around collecting honey and raising other bees and organizing itself and doing that dance which tells the other bees where there's more honey. There's all that stuff to do. But the flower was deceptive. Now, in the same way, I've often said life is a drama, and a drama is a deception. It's a big act. And you know my metaphor, which came up very amusingly in San Jose, where I liken a human being to an onion. Because when you peel an onion and you don't really understand the nature of an onion, you might look for the pit in the center, like any ordinary fruit has. But the onion doesn't have a center. It's all skins. So when you get right down, there's nothing but a bunch of skins. You say, well, that was kind of disappointing. But of course you have to understand that the skins were the part that you eat. Well, in rather the same way, you see, you find when you explore yourself and your motivations, and you go through and through and you try to find out that thing which is really genuine. That's why in Zen discipline, they give you koans which require a perfectly genuine act, an act of total and absolute sincerity. And people knock themselves out trying to do this thing, but they always know that the master's going to catch them, because he reads their thought. You know that story of von Kleist about the man who had a fight with a bear, and the bear could read his thoughts, so that the only way of hitting the bear was to do so not on purpose, because the bear would know in advance. So it's the same in working with a Zen master. You have to do the genuine act, not on purpose. But since you're put in a situation where it's rather formal and you're supposed to do it on purpose, you're stuck, you see. So you explore the onion and you go in and in and in. They want this kind of car, they want this kind of dress, or so on, and this much money, and so on. It's always a good idea to think it right. The way we play the survival game has a kind of element in it which makes it difficult. Yesterday afternoon,
Well, I accidentally just interrupted the end of this lecture segment that was still left, but basically I just finished outlining the whole narration stack that I'm going to do, and I just ordered a second monitor actually, so that I will be fully equipped to put my script up on one monitor with my OBS stuff and my gameplay on the main monitor that I'm using now. But at this exact moment, I'm not equipped to do that without putting my laptop here on my right, which I can do. I have desk space to do that, to solve the second monitor situation temporarily. But what I want to do with two-pass narration is introduce each topic, refer to the scripts that I have while off the cusp filling within the live format. Basically, I've got some information about the live format that introduces the entire process here, following up on my previous essays about speedrun Zen Master aesthetic or discipline, and I've got a follow-up to that talks about what exactly it does for you to have a schedule and come into a live format where you just simply craft without having an exact idea of what your action is going to be. It's the live format where you come out of your plans and you witness actions not as planned. You get a special type of spontaneity that's available to you when you learn how to hit the button on your schedule where you've decided to do the thing, but you didn't write down exactly what that thing has to be or should be, even though you've got ideas of what you want to add to it and what you want to be incorporated into it. I have to go grab my drink though, because I forgot to walk past the fridge on my way in, and I'm not going to play this character just yet, but I founded my normal mode, normal core wizard. I'm not going to play a brand new class for the very first time in hardcore mode, even though you can keep the difficulty very low and do easy hardcore there. It just makes more sense to do it in normal mode because I don't know the class, and I will gain a conquest by leveling 3 gems within the normal mode here. So that's how I'm going to do it. Oh, and I gotta put my lunch in the fridge too, real quick. Get my drink from the fridge. But yeah, that should work good. As I introduce each topic, I'll be able to do improv, add whatever I need to add to it, and then go to the script to make sure it's complete. The script is basically an outline of the main points, but they are elaborate as in the exact words that are in my head when I come through these ideas. And insight points, because that's really what all this is. It's the insight of social peace waging. The meaning of my art is all for social peace waging, because your social peace waging in terms of oneself is do the thing that makes you happy. Don't prevent yourself from having that. Figure out your creative contract. And don't allow it to be suppressed. If you allow that to be suppressed or you participate in that, then you destroy yourself. If there's only expressing or destroying. If you're not doing the expressing and you're resisting that, it builds up. If you do not bring forth what is within you will destroy you. If you bring forth what is within you will save you. So social peace waging is about that. Realizing that you have to take the steps that make you well. If you don't, it's great suffering. And then social peace waging rolls forth from there. It rises because you're pushing your joy to the front and letting it be seen. You're not free unless you free somebody else. It happens of itself when you actually practice this. Your waging of social peace for yourself helps others, because there are other people being oppressed and infringed by the same things oppressing and infringing you. You're not the only person who has an alcohol problem and an alcohol consequence. And even if not every person who has an alcohol problem or consequence gets into crazy withdrawals, and the illness of withdrawal, the real alcohol sickness,
And they may not act out in such a way that it's a social disaster, that they get violent or they yell at people violently in a way that's socially inappropriate, but some of them do, but some of them don't. Some people's alcohol consequence is completely silent and completely alone, and they can't even reach out to anyone for help, and their despair is invisible, but it's there. And that alcohol consequence, when you get that message, you see that you are in despair. And you don't have to be an angry person creating a scene or getting yourself arrested or crashing a car. You still get the alcohol message. This is, I'm skipping ahead to this when I'm talking about. This is why I like to go off the cusp, because the full development of this part is halfway into the narration, so I'll get into it. But this is the whole fucking thing of, you've accidentally harmed yourself, and that's the message. You get the message at that point that you realize, oh shit, I've taken damage. My save file is going to be deleted. What should I do? And you have the freedom at that moment, the voluntary ability to reduce the harm against yourself, to love yourself, to express love. You get that chance only because you made the choice yourself to do an action which showed you information but that harmed you, or led ultimately to harm, because it's not expressing you at the end. It is only expressing information which allows you to see that expression of you and see the benefit of it. You couldn't understand the goodness of your freedom to say your truth without accidentally falling down a pit that really fucking hurt and explained to you in the metaphysical sense the only way there is knowledge, the only knowledge there can be, XP, the actual experience. So when Alan Watts says, that's the Sly Man, he just leaves without making any announcement, that's what he means. That's when you defeat the harmful thing, the bad pattern, the addiction. You defeat it at the moment you understand that you couldn't have acted any other way. The only possible behavior you could have had was what you already did for that moment. And at that moment, it's almost like the departure from the harm, like it already happened. You already departed before you even felt the harm. That's the Sly Man. He got away before he was ever even captured.
So the cosmic chess is essentially the game of off and on, the game of yes and no. And the secret is there is no, there's only yes. What does that mean? That means that in the cosmic game, that's the slowest I've ever done a rift while still completing it in this mode. In the game of yes and no, there's only yes. There's no actually no. No, we just have to pretend that there's a no in order to have any game. There has to be an opposition or there's no game. No game, no life. That's essentially what has to be understood here. I'm going to drop that extra flavor of time in the cube. I forgot this build is not using flavor of time because I'm using haunted visions. What else do we have here? Useless Arkstone, another Kreisman's. Alright. Another ancient chainmail. Kill me. So we have to pretend that there is no, even though there is no no. There's no no that definitively turns into no. The cosmic game is that in order for anything to exist, this is primarily conveyed in the Joker talk, so all I'm doing is relaying what the feelings I feel that were just revealed to me while studying this from a monk's perspective. In order for anything whatsoever to exist at all, there can't be a no which results in eternal not being. Existence already includes non-existence. The reason for this is if there was anything that ever overpowered existence, nothing would exist. That thing, if that was prevalent in that way, it would just make the thing that exists not exist. And after that, nothing. So that can't be. The fact is, for existence to be the thing we're seeing, it has to keep coming back. It has to vibrate back up to hear it at all. Alan Watts does an incredibly masterful wordcraft to put this across and explain how you can't hear it unless the sound's repeating. There's no sound unless it's actually a vibration of no sound, then the sound. I am an audio maker and tinkerer. I did that before I did anything with game crafting and world crafting. So I'm opening one to illustrate. Well, none of the ones I want are here, so let me jump over to my stack. Okay, here we go. It's the jingity jing alert. Gonna change the output to speakers. There we go. Okay, but so that's a sound, and here is just one of the sounds. I can repeat it, and this is what it sounds like. It is a sound, we are hearing it, but there is still a small pulsation in that. If we take an even smaller piece of the sound and link it, you see the sound is higher. It sounds like a smaller sound that's higher. We cut that in half and listen to just one peak and one trough of the wave. Even higher. Even higher. I escalated how high it was each time. Now if we zoom in and take half of that one, it's like one part of one of the waves. It's just starting to sound like an abstract noise. If I repeat exactly half of it accurately, it sounds cool, like this. But that's this sound being played differently. I want to unhighlight. So you can't have any off that overpowers and wins. You can't have a no that wins the game of yes and no. Because if so, there's nobody here to see what yes is. If it's no, then no is no, and everything just stops. It can't go unless there's a pretend no to let it bounce and be shown back again. That's essentially what is going on. One awesome thing about creative piece, the circumstance from which I'm trying to describe art making and the gathering of creativity that it is when we are here just hanging out, because it's super calming and super liberating, really. It's the liberation practice is to hang out in a creative context. So the great thing about it is how creativity is basically silent. I actually don't need to do this bounty, so I'm just going to turn around and go where I'm actually going. The set dungeon. Yes, here it is. Okay, let's see if we can one-shot it. Literally, you just have to destroy all the enemies. They don't even impose any special requirement. You just have to have the bonuses active, which in hardcore I'm already used to doing, because you're literally going to die if you fail to do that. This is like training. It's teaching you to use the bonuses, which is why I think of this build as the training wheels build. I recasted the ancients even though I didn't have to. So if you come here to gather in the creative piece, it's predicated upon silently being here is awesome. This is a place where conversations can take place, but they're not necessary. Creativity is perfectly happy just being left alone to sit there calmly. So that is the meaning of my inviting you into the monastery. What it is is a place for quiet peace. If we want to have a discussion or a debate or questions, my door's open for that. I want to know your question. I want you to know your question. So the process of questioning, taking the question path, is how we get there. We go from the silent place to one where the question's purpose has been made manifest. There is a time limit, but it's like absurdly easy. As long as you don't like go back to the beginning not using your map and you backtrack when you shouldn't. Here I'm only backtracking because I know that this is a little loop. There's 23 more monsters we have to kill, and they're all over here. As you can see, we just reached the corner. Your time, 2:26. We did it in 50% of the target. Okay, good. All those pop-ups are showing. I've got the screen in the exact right position for this. Dang. Issue with this one is he keeps spinning when I need to stop, so I don't just waste the fury. But the whole essence of that silent participation is already built into what I make, because I made anything that I've made so I can listen to it later and like fall asleep listening to it. That's what it's for. So, well, that was a little bit of a strange. Took some damage there. Did I forget to fix the gems? No, that's my 60 moratorium. Everything I've made is so I could silently listen to it later. And so all I'm doing is continuing along the thread of that feeling. The Band of Might is extremely important to repeat. It's easy to repeat it because the cooldown on Ground Stomp gets reset during kills. But when it drops, I'm taking fairly significant damage. Short floor. Oh, I remember how I was playing this. I'm playing it just like I hold down 1 for the corpse devouring. What 1 does, it just refreshes on its own. So I realized that you can hold down 1 button while doing your other stuff, but it also won't repeat unless you're doing some clicks to cause it to re-trigger. You cannot hold down 2 different buttons. You have to choose which button are you holding. And so I have to also let go of the button I'm holding to cast a different spell. See, I can't cast 2, or I can, but it's only happening because 1 is on cooldown. If 1 was an infinite ability that never went on cooldown, like Devour, then that wouldn't work. But I'm free to cast it over here, because 1 is not going off because it's on cooldown right now. That's why it was working so well, because I got into the rhythm of just holding 1. If I don't hold it, I forgot to push the button. I can't keep it on deck to decide to use it on purpose, because then I accidentally end up taking damage, and that's fucking dangerous. I have 2 clones out right now. I wish I could look like these clones. That would be what I would reward as the ultimate cosmetic reward if you master the whole season and do it in hardcore mode. I would give you access to the cosmetic appearance of these red clones, or to maybe choose the color. Maybe you want to be a different color because you don't want to be a dark red. That's fine. If I was designing that reward, I would say to you, that's fine, choose the color you want. Because I would do it the same way they did the red soul gem. The red soul gem is a helmet you earn during the Tristram event, which happens in January. Which is actually the only reason I bought this game, because I heard about that event like a couple of years after it had already been running. I think I caught the 3rd or 4th one. And so I bought the game when it went on sale. And I acquired the items, the objectives from it. And so the red gem changes your helm appearance into just the soul stone look from the original Diablo. But I would make a gem just like that. Not a gem, but it would actually be a helm slot. But what the helm slot does is it changes your character's appearance to the red. By default, it's colored red with the dye, and then you could use dye to change its color. At the transmog station, you could change the color to a different one that you choose. I mean, they could also make it a wings option that just changes your whole appearance, even though it's a wings choice. That's another possibility, but then it wouldn't be as easy to apply a color customization, I feel. So, cooldown's not up for the boss, but we do have a conduit with a Shadow Friend. I feel like this guy's overpowered. Like, the smoothness of that is far, far above how that Necromancer build was playing, so you have a lot of optimizations. So what are we doing? We are leveling all 3 of these up to 70. That's all we're doing today. This one, and the Dreams Gem. Damage to elites is not our concern, it's incoming damage that we're concerned with. Really. So I am going to swap that one out to the life per second gem. I feel like that combo with Moratorium is just a very, very good death blow preventer, even if you don't necessarily have a lot of life per second in the build. I think this is the best way. Why are we in Act 3? Shulock. Good night, Shulock. Have a nice nap. Solid words. You cannot hurt me. Still recharging. These are the words of the true warrior monk. He understands when something is still recharging and when he's able to use it. It's just part of the intuition of the mystic. Genius. It's trivial, especially when we have Wrath of the Berserker back up. When we come off cooldown, good night. Electrocuting nearby enemies. Oh, I guess it's not quite 50%. Unless OZR was reducing it, which is the goal. It's one of the reasons why. But check it out, we're going to have unlimited Wrath, because look at this. A channeling pylon. Unlimited Wrath. Let's go. Unlimited everything. I almost think that pylon's a little bit overpowered when you have the Flavor of Time. See, I don't even have to spend Fury right now. Okay, good night. That was effortless. Let's continue. This is great. This is my meditation excellent point. When I'm doing something awesome, the awesome thing is what it is, nothing more and nothing less, and we're doing it. I fucking hate that. 90%. Upgrade failed. Hey look, we got the Ancient's shoulder. It's just a meditation, because it's all basically the same activity. It's just scroll around the places and destroy everything. It's lots of fun to meditate this way. And it gives you well-being, not in the sense of the traditional thought of how could you get a benefit, like making yourself stronger or more capable or something. Instead of that, it gives you a peace benefit where you're not being made any better or anything like that, or improving yourself. You're just accessing the state that you already have. It's already maximum improved. It's already cosmically perfect to access the liberation of play. That's why play and well-being are the two mechanisms of education, like being well-fed, gaining nourishment. That's the mechanism. Very, very, very important. That's an arc. Alright, number 70. Let us proceed. This one's supposed to be serious fucking business. How badly can we crush it? Or possibly be crushed by it? Let's find out. The cosmic drama. That's what you need. You need to carry on your inmost passion, but do not stand in a place that's completely safe where it can never ever be heard or experienced by the outside world. The danger inherent to showing instead of defending yourself is what keeps life flowing in a way that doesn't get old, doesn't cause you to want to reset the fucking game and start a new save file. You get there when you get there, and when you do get there, you will reset the save file. It will be reset. Channeling, let's go. This is a really good map. This is the best one. Okay, we don't need to do that many stomps, because we have channeling on. Just some very calming music here to help you destroy all your enemies. Nothing more, nothing less. It's very calming. That noise is, in fact, coming from the music. Just had to check to make sure I wasn't hearing some kind of other chime. Just part of the interesting layer when you actually enable the music. Destroyed it. No contest. Therefore, this is now a Rift Climb. We're going up, up, and up. See, we got a 100% chance to upgrade the moratorium in here. $252. No contest. This is overpowered. Straight up. I think this build is stronger than anything else I've played across the recent seasons. That's an understatement. Yes. He doesn't have the accent that the lady has. I don't know their pronouns, but the lady one has a cool accent. Chains of harm. You can hear the harm chains in this dungeon. Harm chains is also a term I use to describe the thing that's locking your inner child in prison. The ways your inner child was harmed by you or others, those are the harm chains. To liberate your inner child from the harm chains is to access creative consciousness, where you've freed that child to spontaneously manifest into your behavior. That's creative behavior. It's spontaneity, which you can't plan it or force it. The only way it's ever going to happen is by freeing that child that's chained up inside. Because that is you. The inner child is you. There's no other way about it. You can't go around pretending like the you where that child's locked up in prison is the real you. It's not. Prisons are against the order of nature. Nature doesn't do imprisonment. He had stopped whirlwinding and he was just running in a circle without doing an attack. That's hilarious. Because that's what happens. I'm not holding down one. I'm just recasting it. But when I do, it stops the whirlwind and the guy's just running. You fucking guy just running. Shielding. Let's go. Damn it. That's called farm status on number 75. Eventually, when we're getting these keys, there will be a good map and we will complete it in 3 minutes like we just did to those GRs. And we will be completing the final challenge that we need to temper for the top tier, the final season objectives or task list. A task list is a very important Zen item for creativity, because once you realize creating your instructions is basically just about that, about doing a list and then carrying it out on some kind of a ritual that you pick the list up and say, now what should we do from the list today? And you actually do it. That's how you craft. You just create your instructions for yourself. It's great. That's why the season is a meditation that kind of teaches you that. Any game that has gathering inventory and organizing it is teaching you an element of list making and crafting instructions for yourself. How do you think video game instructions and game facts are so entertaining and useful? They're exactly a mirror that shows the creative process to us. They instruct us in creativity. I'm telling him that you can experience the role of creative audience. Trying to show him how to install Twitch on the phone so that he can call or he can text chat in to the stream experience, or just be present from an aspect of just sit and listen. I don't really need it to be a conversation with you all the time because I'm here doing this just to share the creativity. But that aspect of him being able to bring it up on his phone, what I'm doing, and us continue talking, that's an aspect of me saying, I'm inviting you over to my house. That's the whole message of Peacecraft Zen Monastery. That is my house. It is where I live. We'll begin the whole narration with this premise after I cover the harm reduction, social peace waging part. It'll pivot into the Peacecraft Monastery, and then the whole main content of this narration opens from there. So basically on his Xbox or his phone, because his laptop's broken right now, I was hoping to be able to send him a part of his expense as specifically as gift funds, because he needs a Pro MacBook for his particular way of doing music production. But that's something I want to do to help his objective, because then he could just pop onto the Twitch page. But I mean, he could use his phone or his Xbox to still come here and be part of this. And that's the point I'm trying to say. The app can let you view the final thing exactly as I create it, or to spectate the creation process, which includes you via call or text input. But being present is the creative consciousness aspect, so that you can be part of precisely what I'm doing here in Peacecraft Monastery. I invite all of you to just be part of this, and if you have questions, bring them. If you don't have questions, don't bring them, just bring yourself. That's where we are. There's only now.
I gotta pick my words. I gotta pick my words carefully because I really feel like crying right now. And I also really feel like flipping over this fucking table. You dirty money changers. You know what's really terrible? Is the same people that help create this problem give you guys the fucking money that makes it so that we can't get you out of here. You dirty, corrupt politicians. I said here last year, you sons of bitches, and I told you exactly what was gonna happen. Charlie, can you hear me, you son of a bitch? You just came here and told us how proud you were that you spent $500 million. $500 million. And do you know what? It's worse than it was last year when I came here and wagged my finger at you dirty, evil bastards. Do you understand that? These are people in the streets that are dying. And not only are you guys not empathetic or sympathetic, you're actually apathetic. You're working against it. I told you last year we were going to put bodies in front of the problem. We did. You know what? I turned my backyard into a camp for vulnerable women that were taken off the Springwater Corridor who've been failed by every other agency. I'm putting people back into housing by giving them a chance and a shower and Wi-Fi. And you know what you guys did? You sent the Bureau of Developmental Services out to my house and gave me citations for having tents in the backyard. You haven't made one more camp like Hazelnut Grove or Right to Dream 2. I haven't seen a single tiny house put up. We still have renters There are people looking for houses that have to pay $50 for a stupid application fee. How hard would that have been to make one citywide application process? Zero creative leadership at all. Zero, none. Okay? None. And the real terrible thing is that we can't get scumballs like you out because you get so much money that even a good person like Nick Caleb couldn't defeat you. So I beg you, Portland, at least get that scumball the hell out of here and vote for the homegirl Chloe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonner. Next three.
Oh, and try to get off your damn phone, Novik.
Next three.
The next three are Robert Schultz, Leo Rhodes, and Mike O'Callahan. And they'll be followed by Nancy Newell, Diane Kefauver, and Richard Robinson. Robert Schultz, Leo Rhodes, and Mike O'Callahan.
Title: Voluntary Commerce. Exactly where does the buck stop? Opening interlude. Spawnberg anger. Meanwhile, there are people whose only crime is trying not to die. That's 4 years ago. Today, the meaning of voluntary commerce has just appeared. A group of community gathered successfully to refuse coercion, police weaponized force, being carried out by individuals making property purchases. Individuals who have purchased from banks, who do not hold the equitable ability to make such a sale. Corporate person, no human identity, no voluntary will. The individual making the purchase is a human person with a voluntary will. Now, eventually, the police couldn't try any more enforcements. The community successfully refused their violence. The purchaser then said, "I don't want the public infamy of instigating any harm now that I'm unmasked as a decision maker." That person had to cave in to voluntary commerce and wanted to let the property fall into a new owner at the lowest sale price to ensure that it would be purchased, not allowing a bidding war that drives up the price. It was purchased by the rightful owner after GoFundMe success in just a few hours. Boom! Purchases where work was created by the purchasing individuals, not a ruler class coercion singularity. Where does the buck stop with coercion commerce? Right there, where a purchaser no longer wants to carry out the violence that follows such purchases, and so they sell it in surrender to the voluntary decisions of the intelligent meta-organism who crowdfunded the outcome while resisting fascist coercion. So then, we are exhausted of being told that we're not allowed. This is why we are education radicals. The educational action we are radically performing is celebration, crafting, and contact. Isn't this what we are trying to show the kids? That they are allowed? That they are precious? I've been pondering the meaning of that burnout point when you're actually free to do what you want. I've been a hermit since 2016, and have had to ponder how to transcend my own bullshit since there's no one else to blame. Now, free hot soup is the ideology that if someone is being harmed by poor false authority, stupid behavior dressed up as official or royal, you don't ask or enact more of that system, because that takes time. You just do the helping that saves people from being destroyed by the harm. You don't go ask for permission or recognition from the harmful bureau. You just send the first response. You don't do nothing. If, then, the harmful force users come around saying, "You don't have permission, you need to purchase permission to feed people," it's no longer free if you need the ruler permission. That's just tyranny, hot soup. That is not free hot soup if you need the ruler permission. The ruler permission is the thing that's already harming them. Being told they aren't allowed. So we say to that, no, fuck no. We are allowed. We feed the people you are suppressing. Civil action which says, get the fuck out so we can breathe and not be choked out by ignorant violence. Criminal neglect as ruling. The civil action itself is radical agitating against anti-education Nazi rule. The greatest, biggest, great big dumbs to ever exist. Interlude. Ron Swanson. Don't worry, I have a permit. He holds up a note written in pen. It says, I can do what I want, and is signed Ron Swanson. The message of Jesus is exactly this. Everyone is allowed. Stop trying to criminalize anyone. To practice this ideology means to refuse the authority of landlords and police. Feed the neighbors. Block police from ever removing people from safe shelters. To practice this ideology is to live in love, liberated from infringement, centrally valuing voluntary action with the flow of money, the real social order of nature. Bernie Sanders has shown us a special type of anger, and an excellent use of the rage phrase, working families. The best moment he has ever had was saying that the universe is collapsing when we temporarily paid families for their vital work owned by their family, not any brand or bureau.
That some of my Republican colleagues are very distressed. They're very upset that somebody who's making 10, 12 bucks an hour might end up with a paycheck for 4 months more than they received last week. Oh my God, the universe is collapsing. Imagine that. Somebody who's making 12 bucks an hour, now like the rest of us, faces an unprecedented economic crisis with the 600 bucks on top of their regular unemployment check, might be making a few bucks more for 4 months. Oh my word, will the universe survive? How absurd and wrong is that? That some of my Republican colleagues are very distressed. They're very upset.
This is the harm reduction platform. We are refusing your authority because we are analogous to the ambulance, first responders. We are trying to save the people that your false and terrible use of authority harms. This was the message of Jesus. Everybody is allowed. Segment 2. Closing thought first. Bernie has gone on TV every day telling the broken government branches that working families need to be paid for this work, and all bets are off for any other finance convention during this public health emergency. Starvation and houselessness are now the top priorities, because we don't want the children of this society starving and houseless. We want them to have education. Only families can do this work, so now it's time to fund them. Section 2. Title: Precursory scripts about game making and currency/value of expressing innovation, and instructions. Introductory note from December 2019. Information is currency. Money is an information exchange, describing the agreed upon value of what is produced or performed in the social organism. Innovation, by definition, as stated by Alan Watts, is the inner meaning of tech, saving humans, labor, difficulty, giving them what is health and wellness perpetuating, easier and cheaper. Innovation is that which gives, at much lower or even no cost, an improvement to the life and well-being of the social organism, the cells and organs within it, and the enjoyment of its emergent wealth thereof. The basic thrive, and then the enjoyments of what is produced, what is brought forth by the social organism, is what innovation is. It is what technology is for. It is why we invented a machine, to do something easier so people don't have to sit there spending their days doing that thing. The capitalism winner is the one who innovates in this way. So, their idea spreads and is used because it's better. It gets adopted because it wins the contest. It gets copied. It gets imitated. It spreads widely. The old option's no longer used. We don't carry handwritten letters with horses anymore. We communicate electronically. But for some reason, we still continue to act like rulers and monarchs can represent us. They cannot. They cannot represent us any more than the horse-carried handwritten letter can represent our long-distance communication. It just simply isn't the way that we do things. Bringing Alan Watts' ideas in the currency sense is doing the innovation to bring life improvement, well-being, to the social organism we are. Because his ideas describe the win where the social organism circulates production in an optimal, non-classist, non-tyrannical emergence way. We value this. We value the work of the musician playing the song written by the classical master. Alan Watts' message should be played, and I will do so until the day I die. I will share this information until we become a social organism practicing the intelligence of a meta-organism that is not getting in its own way with idiotic ruler behavior and monarchical structure. August 11th, 19. Additional introductory message. I'm designing something that I feel to be immensely important, a message that needs to reach people. Because energy travels, I literally build these ideas by sending them to additional minds. That's how as a team buff spell works. That is how a team buff spell even works. It comes from you and benefits all. Now today, as I wrote this, November 24th, 20, Insight Plateau. Collaboration itself is an act of liberty. We release an idea out into the noosphere, and we can then experience the gratitude when the idea levels up because others are contributing after gaining the benefit of my initial cast. It took me 2 years of creative scaffolding, but I did it. I reprogrammed my life. I invented the well-being that I wanted. I came here to share this message and give the instructions for free. I want you to have the benefit of creative consciousness so we can all witness freedom. My aim as a creative is to show us that we hold the power to reprogram for consciousness, which is creative and brings forth the goodness and overall wealth or enjoyment that exists within ourselves and the living planet that we inhabit, that we come forth from. We are the fruit coming from the rock upon which we reside. Creative consciousness, then, is the final terminology, the title, essentially, of what emerged from my studying of the adventure philosophy and cognition model. This is what I was looking for, because I watched myself corrode into the worst possible self while enduring an abusive relationship. Now, what exactly is this adventure philosophy and cognition model? It's 3 items. First, the awareness toggle, where you identify and bypass illusions so you can truly see you. Next, creating your instructions. This is creative action that heals accumulated particles of trauma. These are harm chains that trap your inner child. You rescue that inner child from harm chains using instructions. You must create your instructions in order to do this. And then the third thing is the arrival point there. Social peace waging. It's a guide to helping each other be excellent and make the amazing things of our inmost heart. When you've confronted your inmost joy and rescued the child selves buried under harm, you can then use that to lift others and see what they can make. So it's awareness, contemplation, or collaboration, which is all celebration. And then finally, crafting/community. You don't grow your craft. Your craft grows you. Your image of you. your actualization of what is there in the core of your field of forces. So I've been pondering then, how do we exactly make crafts? How do we do that? Which led me straight to the question about questions. Final result was instructions, instructions. Instructions about the instructions. This is the instructions that it has become. The question was, how do you use free will or make any decision which manifests your voluntary energy? Alan Watts says spontaneity. It simply cannot be bossed or forced. You can't get to it by seeking it. You can only get to it accidentally by surprising yourself. After unpacking this in the arrival point, it feels like this. 1. There's an interaction that is necessary to creativity, which happens across all the mediums you might use to share it with the audience. Self-collaboration. You're becoming closer and closer in touch with what it is that you can craft. You're the audience. You yourself are the audience. You have platforms for your voice with the objective of bringing forth joy. Number 2. Asking the questions is questing. You're scaffolding along, configuring all the particles in the field of forces. Following a sequence of instructions, which implement questions effectively, is the skill of asking. It's following the sequence of instructions that you have, that somebody has made, you or anybody. Number 3. To resist infringement, abuse, you have faced your inmost passion, the joy inside, in order to let it be seen. Let yourself see it, and let us see it. Let no one push you away hidden. Battle shout it. Bring forth what's within. That is the honest excellence of human mind. Zen points directly to this, and words don't really do the job. They just reference the sensations we contain. They try to approximate the value of the sensation during the transaction, but they don't actually contain the sensation. They just point to it. So then, how to craft your message? To me, that means to create the words. Now, if you have an automatic word creating kind of talent of translating, formerly known as charisma in our social order, there's some kind of superpower channel. That is your crafting action or pattern, because literally it happens automatically in any activity you take on as your art. Your talent is the thing, ultimately, that will become seen of itself when you find your craft, when you actually do the work that actualizes your joy to bring your craft into view. What you do with crafting is that. It's crafting your voice into a thing that puts you in contact with you and the people who are like you, who are resonated by your message. That is the exact objective that gives you a noble aim that feels like a success in your epigenetic objective. Instructional content or artisan action. These are the things that actually fulfill the feeling of a noble aim and of being your true self, your honest, creative self. We are desperately trying to contact us. Part B of Section 2. Game design pondering. Gaze, peace, craft. A paradox is a truth standing on its head to attract attention, says Watts. What I am crafting is a psychedelic. The Zen paradox is a game. The creation process for gameplay is similar to writing narration. It's merely the conversion from verbal to physical XP that we do in the craft of video game design. This opening sentence embodies what I feel when I realize that the Zen paradox describes the game. Watts was actually designing gameplay particles and leaving it as his message to a society that refused to engage important games in its stubborn undervaluation of sincere play. I continue that work. Adventure/mythos craft. I spent time pondering how narration was created. Instructions were scribbled on a notepad during solitude. This is my craft, mythos, the entirety of actions, contexts, locations to convey the metaphysics of love. Every game we have ever played exists in instructions. They are instructions that convey the viewpoint and the context/location from which to exert actions, which rely on or go with the context and location. The front half is a player, and the other half is something to do or find. Do you realize that this is mystical? To confront the passions in our hearts and to show it to each other. I'm actually making many things, so one of them is a game. This making is the sole focus of my educator energy. This action is perpetual and simultaneous with the work of bringing the education forth for the kids that are important to me. It's one and the same, an education about creating what is within. Creative peace is a focus on your joy, the good things your curiosity brings you to. Peaceful craft is the arrival point when you follow that curiosity and find the joy and then see how do you express it. Awareness, basically just setting down fear, is the starting out point. Then it takes you to creative peace, you do that and do that and do that, and you discover your craft. Starting out point is what the psychedelic medicines point you toward. They let you reprogram your program if you walk creatively. Mind craft. Awareness is the best tempering of flaws and anxiety that we can actually hope for. It works. You can always re-enter awareness when it drops, like dreaming and waking. This is the full manifestation of the entirety of my feelings unleashed, my deepest love. My mystic message is my means of conveying my infinite feelings. I must express these feelings, and the creativity itself literally is my deepest heart flowing forth to be made actualized, to be seen by those who actually care to look. Realize how mystical this is, to confront the furious burning passion of our deepest heart and to show that to each other. That is the human contact psychedelic experience, getting with oneself, getting with each other. Interlude. Floating or waiting. Feet. Stepping. Feet are the edge of the corpse. Stepping is scrolling the rock I am. It is scrolling. A walk is an assertion of peace. A vehicle, motor vehicle, or any such vehicle, thereby, is a statement of values to cross more distances, to cross faster, to rush, to make the distance irrelevant. The definition of ghost: it is one who's bound to the place where peace is not. Walk away to peace. Float or wait. To float is to walk unbound. To wait is to be contained. Imprisoned. You've been bound to a place peace is not, and cannot walk away. Because of the container. What is a container? What are the options for someone who is a ghost? To float or to wait? What is the container? Or let's ask the next question and come back. Because to define the container, we must actually ask what happens when the container opens. Its contents disperse, and then it disappears. The container only exists while it's containing something. So the container's construct is irrelevant. It doesn't even have to be a physical box or a walled location. It simply disappears when you open it and release the contents. The Stanley narrator is vexed. I tried so hard, he said. It would have been so perfect. A ghost of the boss. Stanley character seems symbolic at best. There is no player. A ghost is bound in the container. The narrator is a person. Narrator games are about the boss. Coda games are about the player. A funny joke in the Beginner's Guide stream Davey Reedon held in order to comment on the playthrough of the game. A viewer asked, "Did you see if they chose choices to get the good, true ending? This is funny because there is no ending." In this game, Davey is asking Coda, how did they get the wholeness? He's asking the question of how to begin, the game title. For me, something changed after being detained, contained within a place where peace is not, unable to float out from it. To want to walk away, but to be restricted from doing so. My metaphysical awareness changed during those 3 days last November. And what the change is was kind of inside of a cocoon all this time, questing since then. But the cocoon recently opened. I'm here. Segment 3. Mania / Dropout. Ideas, ideas, ideas. What does it mean? Why am I the dropout? What is mania? Information extravaganza. I was somehow born knowing how to create. I was born programmed with a tool for medicating mania. What is mania? An interesting type of agitation, very adjacent to physical panic attacks. This means it's not worry thinking. It's the affliction in your biological vehicle, with heaviness and wheezing, sweating, dread/anger mood, or just restless insomnia. Mania is right next to this physical shutdown, and it is information extravaganza. Too many ideas. What is the tool for medicating mania? It is meditation. Now, to properly convey my feelings about mania and about being the dropout, I need to describe something I now call the alcohol consequence. Essentially, a fool who persists in his folly will become wise. This was a shower thought. Um, Given the fact that there can't be a teacher, that you can't really get something from an external authority. There's just no way of doing it. A teacher can't give this to you or make you know. There's no means of conveying the alcohol consequence to any given user of this substance. The only way that it can be conveyed is to experience it. And the alcohol consequence is interesting because when you get to the point that you are in the full consequence, there's a definitive harm. It's like a warning to your system biologically when you reach this point. It's a variety of possible physical symptoms, but essentially it's kind of an edge point where you can go off the cliff. You could choose to keep going and ignore the warning sign, but essentially this is how I think of the consequence. I think of it as a warning plateau in the substance's impact on your physical and emotional well-being. And this can, of course, vary from person to person. It might cause somebody to lash out and become embarrassed socially, or cause a catastrophe, crash their car, or it could be experienced completely silently, completely alone. Nobody knows of the struggle or the suffering except to the person who made the choice to consume the substance. But ultimately, I feel that this is the Watts koan. The answer, we frequently get posts on Reddit that come around every now and then saying, well, if Alan Watts is so wise, how did he end up dying from alcohol? Or supposing that that's how he died. I don't know. I don't suppose that we could know, particularly, that that was definitively the cause, if he was so far off the cliff or not. I don't have a way of commenting on that from where I sit, because I wasn't in the situation. But people come around the Alan Watts board and presume to know that that's what happened and try to make an issue out of it. But the thing is, what they're saying, or the question they're asking, reveals this koan, the alcohol consequence, in full. Because Alan Watts got there. He got the punchline and he returned with it. And he came back saying, when you get the message, hang up the damn phone. You don't need to go off the edge when you get up to that point. You're free to stop. But the only way to do so is to understand the actual meaning of the alcohol consequence when you get there, which is you're dealing harm to yourself. You're experiencing a harmful situation, a series of escalating harm in many cases. And as you do that, as you go to the bottom, you gain the background. You gain the ability to comprehend what the well-being is that you lost. You couldn't ever possibly understand what that is if nothing ever knocked it out of your hands. Allowing you the choice to go and pick it up on purpose and hold it and treasure it. So it may seem a bit too obvious or too easy, as Watt says, it's too easy. That's why it's so difficult for people. But this is really what I feel as far as consequences. Any harm, which you can only properly experience if you are choosing it for yourself. If your own responsibility takes you down that path where you get to the bottom and then you can witness the totality, the entire situation that it is to have fallen, to have experienced this harm. My polarity about teacher fraud is the idea that you're kicking your own ass metaconsciously, so you're cleverly acting as a teacher who installs wisdom. I discovered all the tricks of well-being and reality grounding because I wandered into many, many dungeons and caves where sanity cannot endure. This is the meaning of a weird dream I had. A weird hell office place presented in the dream. Within which different people were acting weird, with weird body language and saying a single word, like how Pokemon say their name, over and over in a looping, patterned way. The patterns were differing between them, along with them having the different name, but repeating that same one word along with their pattern of body language, almost like the Ministry of Silly Walks from Monty Python, but in a creepy way. This was a very fucking creepy place. You sensed that you might be in danger, but it never actually got dangerous. You would step over doors in the floor, sometimes when hearing the hostile sounding pattern names, but these doors were closed. All my dreams aren't ever populated with any characters, at least when it comes to office and night locations. This was the first one breaking that trend. It was a job offer for independent contractors, but going to this place quickly became a weird choreography. To travel, we had to walk in a human caravan, a hand on contact the shoulder of the person in front of you. We would see the fact that breaking that energy chain caused you to start being pulled to do the name pattern and body language that we were recently near. Not necessarily the most recent one, but one of the patterns that we had encountered sometime lately that day. Losing your grip on the goal of progressing through this place to get where the job offer happens, as I'm trying to contract this work for non-employment income to live my life. If you didn't stay in the contact chain, you would lose your grip and become one of the people menacingly, creepily doing the patterns. The meaning is, you find different harms, and that places you into the awareness of the good way, the well-being that is not being harmed with that one. The path back up. You get gratitude. You get the huge gaze. In my game, you sometimes encounter in the overworld, or levels, a level entrance, which is, upon entering, actually a lengthy falling, eventually reaching that you land in the black room, blue gate door, the beginning of the game's starting sequence. The portal may appear like a level that has no appearance anywhere in the game. The unwritten ones he doesn't know how to read. He can read the printed books, but not the unprinted one. So there are obviously levels that are as yet unmade in the game, or some game, a location that was seen before you could actually go there, for example in 4 years later when new seasons of the game took place. Not every location depicted in my game is in my game. Some of them are from other games, and some of them aren't from a particular game, but they aren't in this game either. Or it could correspond to an inventory codex icon, whether identified or with a question mark, captioned. It's random. The point is, it's showing you the class, in the polarity sense, not the specific instances of any of them. Each time you encounter this portal, you see that, either an item that you know of, or one that you haven't encountered yet, you don't know what it is, but it gets added to your codex. But each time, you end up getting dropped back to the beginning when you try to enter this place. Now here we fall into the beginning premise. That is supposed to be how this episode actually begins. I'm going to cut that together in the second pass version. Mania. I have so much information crackling that I can barely function. Playing the game to meditate allows me to gain some kind of conduit into the crackling motion I contain. The game is a tool allowing me to wander my idea places and harvest them. Full HP, Peacecraft, Zen Monastery. Welcome to my house. Every problem we have ever undergone was harm that could have been reduced by challenging fear. It taught me how to challenge anger and take it on with potion. I learned that, and now I'm teaching you. But the only teacher there is yourself. There is no teaching, actually. Mr. Noodle pretends he doesn't know so the kids can become teacher and actually learn it. Because the only teacher is self. So, I'm not teaching you. I'm just pretending I don't know. My choices are to be Mr. Noodle or be Mr. Nothing. If you are hidden, I disappear. I'm nothing. If you are seen, I come into being. Fear hides you, so challenge it. I told you my deepest heart, how I've fallen, what it is to have fallen, because you are healer, educator, creative, the mother energy for which I fell. I did not see me until that fall was in motion. I was only wandering up to the cliff edge where I would see, in the motion of this fall, we are not separate. And I saw me only because I saw you. And there was no unfalling. You don't get back into the cliff. Because after falling, you are in space. This is space. Existence is this love. We see it, we are it. That was my LSD insight last July, a year ago. In my angriest depression, alone with my questions, I saw, I'm the sky. We are all falling, and it's love here. The clearest psychedelic message I've ever received. It was like flight, and the impression that I'm the space. Everything is in flight, passing through the continuous sky. This completely altered my course. I saw plainly clear. I am the sky, and there is only love here. Peacecraft Zen Monastery is a place that lives in me. Like a house, only I don't live there physically. I live there metaphysically. Why is this? Instructional objects, instructing the user of the object into peace or joy. I assemble this device. I let whoever will take possession of it do so. It is added to their inventory. Ideas, ideas, ideas. The user of the equipment produces the value. The value is full HP health, for fuck's sake. Full health, like when we describe optimal recovery in gameplay that allows you to take damage, full health has been reached or maintained. This is Monk Education ultimate ability, called full HP. My health is my well-being. For fuck's sake, FFS, a word describing equipment, which is used by a worker to create the value. I'm using that math to talk about education and joy. You fucking create it yourself using inventions. These inventions are attempts to solve the innovator's paradox, the teacher koan. How can we fool the end user into a benefit? If we fool them into detriment, then that's a scam. If we fool them into a benefit, then that's teaching. Okay, so I need to do cosmic networks. I'm tempted to just convert this audio rather than run this. So once I have it as an audio file, I can just add that to my archive and then play it from there. That's very easy to use when I'm running Watts perpetual or ongoing content. basically the gate has to go right here, behind the secondary screen. It's at the bottom of the mix, not the top. I spent time listening to my previous Diablo stream, and the mic sound is really, really good. But that gets compromised if I feel like it's compromised if the mic is too close. It sounds like this, which is what my narration sounds like. But during the Diablo gameplay, the final wrapping up season tasks, it was really, really good. This is the gate to enter Peacecraft Monastery. You need the brick to open the door. But I recently realized that Zen is the religion of human contact. Everything about it is saying stop putting some other element of any given thing in front of the human contact element that it is about. So I recorded a short, as it were, about this while I was driving yesterday. And the audio is, I think, better than I think it is. But I have it pulled up. I was going to play that with I'll pull up my Evernote page. It goes with the next part that I was writing earlier today on a quiet mode stream. The religion of human contact is basically just realizing that the creative consciousness Okay, this note came up, so let's listen to it anyway. I'm gonna mute me.
This is a test voice recording for the Raycon during freeway noise. This is a Raycon E25, which I purchased in Impulse using the Instance Podcast discount code, making it essentially about a $60 investment when I consider the fact that these companies, the cost to ship to you are about $8 if it's some kind of a something other than postal first class. 8 to 12 is the dollar amount you usually pay for that in places like Newegg or from small vendors of things like plant medicine. So yeah, I have about 120 miles left on this drive.
The Bluetooth wasn't good enough, so I should have canceled the test after like 5 minutes and listened to it. But I'm going to be able to convert the freehand. This is what I call this, freehand, off the cusp. I'll be able to convert this into a narration that still flows with the same energy. I'm just still working out the exact build, the means of accomplishing that is what I'm still working on here when I craft narration. because the problem is that the best narration just comes out as it flows, and so if I'm not right there clicking the button to go ahead and create a copy of it, then I'm end up with a script that I then have to reconstruct in narration form.
I've bringing my and I'm observing the last part of my final stream in the hardcore Diablo season gameplay. The last one meaning the stream where I hit all of the tasks to finish the top tier at Greater Rift number 70, which is Torment 15 difficulty. Mastering that one by beating the Farm Rift in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Under 4 minutes is the goal. And leveling the 3 different gems up to level 70. At 65, you get the first conquest already. You go all the way to Guardian, it hands you the first out of 2 conquests you need for the earlier tier, and then you have to do a third one. You have to do a second and third one to clear those top 2 tiers. The very top tier only rewards you some cloud stuff, just some cosmetic items that you can equip if you like them, and the like portrait art, which is like the highest version of the portrait for that season. So completing the third one is like, okay, that's just like some extra stuff to do. But there was really only one free conquest on this season, which was essentially the 3 gems to level 65. In the previous seasons, all the seasons where I've cared to look at the top tier of the objectives and the season tasks to quest for, there was no like free conquest to complete. One of them was to complete the Farm Rift in 2 minutes or faster, which you basically would go kind of get for free once you were very powerful. You would go do multiplayer random queuing and you just beat it by getting into the group, since the group is completing that one slightly faster. Because people come into that, they're overpowered for it already, and then somebody can turn it in town faster than just one person can get away afterwards and turn it, since you're already there in town to do it. So that's the closest thing to a free one that were in previous seasons that I've looked. So like last season, for example, I went and completed the Gold Streak conquest after spending time to walk that path and level up the gold increasing gem. And then the other conquest was to reach Rift number 45 without any set items equipped. You couldn't even have a set item on that wasn't giving you the set bonus. You couldn't wear any set items to do it. So that one was like, that one's kind of free, because by the time you get enough equipment to, advance up above tier 45, tier 50, etc., extra items start piling up, and you would be able to then unequip the set items you did have with your best items you could counter them aren't. So in a way, that one's free when you're progressing that far, but it requires you to go in and do strategy. Just clicking level up on any 3 gems, even gems that are crap and you aren't even going to use, so you're just leveling them. Like, let's say gems weren't even affecting your gameplay. You don't have to strategize with that one at all. You run enough rifts to get those 4 level ups times the 15, 16 runs to each gem, and you could do that without progressing out of. You have to go to a high enough rift that you can actually earn the level ups, because you have like a 50% chance or lower to level up after you've gone a couple levels beyond in Rift than the level of the gem you're trying to increase. So it is free, just like in a different way. They both rely on you rising up past like tier 50 and 60 and doing those with relative efficiency. But you don't really have to do anything strategic at all with the gem one, is the bottom end of the story, you don't have to strategize a build, you just bundle the gems, whereas you had to select a build that would work and lets you clear rift number 45. Granted, you can corpse run it if you were in normal core, so that's a much more fun and interesting challenge to do in hardcore like I did at the postseason. I went ahead and did it under hardcore just for the season achievement style, even though it's not a oh yeah, it is a conquest to do that in hardcore mode, so I did, but that wasn't one of the 3 that I actually ran through to complete the season. But I've been listening to that gameplay from my new season and noticing how the feeling, the kinetics, I would say, of commenting, of casting the gameplay, if I'm doing something in gameplay that constitutes something that can be instructed, where I can describe, turns into casting, where that harkens back to when I would listen to different StarCraft 2 players, strictly because of the enthusiasm shown by Day 9 in his streams gameplay videos. And that game had a fair amount of thinking through how could you make your different decisions while building your particular strategy in deciding what to get and in what order to get it and how to apply what you got and position it and instruct it in basically which strategies or skills to use and in what way and from what kind of positioning, etc. So gameplay, to a decent degree, most of the gameplay I enjoy doesn't really follow this, and it's just a matter of, look, I can run really fast, or I can walk slowly, or I can be standing completely still. Those are my strategic decisions for Wander's End. And I do tend to alternate those and go through full explorations of each of them for the metaphysical feelings, the sensation of it. But then there's also the sensation of gameplay where you do have strategic decisions that are influencing what can I choose to do, and exactly why would I, what situation would I make that particular choice, and what other ways might I vary what I'm doing, either for a situation not going as planned or as expected, like an unexpected danger, etc., a hiccup, any kind of turn that can't easily be predicted. That's where Watts is describing your optimal balance between skill and chance, is what makes a game worthwhile when you don't know what's going to happen. So you keep going. Once you start knowing exactly what's going to happen, and there's never an unpredictable twist coming down the path, at that point, the game's not really worth it anymore. Like, you have to keep having an unpredictable element for the game to actually be viable for you to want to go on. That I was mentioning in this particular stream about this. You're going to get there when you get there, to the point that the game resets. You'll get there when you get there. You could be approaching it, and you already start feeling like you want to reset the save file. You'll get to that point. Your save file will reset. So to be aware of your hero's mortality is really the task of a Joker mode type of thought process. You really are having the awareness of the mortality of your hero and the finiteness of your save file, but the eternal nature of the game itself, the cosmic game. So I saw where I've reached a point of enjoyment in casting what I'm doing in this gameplay that's quite optimal, and I'm quite engaged in it all the way. I enter that state of casting the game, and where it's quite enjoyable for me to listen to without any video, where I'm just listening to when I go to fall asleep or when I go to do driving meditation like I am right now. The feeling of this is it's metaphysically highly in the same fiber, built of all these individual threads to make one piece of string, one cloth, or the cloth's made of the string is made of the threads that are woven, creating the tubular filament of all of these items that go along this same metaphysical thought. And the Joker mode is the awareness of your hero's mortality, and that when I get fully engaged into the viableness of the gameplay feeling, the feeling like I'm coming up against I don't know if I'm overconfident or if I'm about to come up against crushing defeat. I'm never quite sure if I'm going to deal a crushing victory or if I might suddenly and unexpectedly get dealt a crushing defeat. Not knowing that is essentially that engagement point where I can sit there and play the game and tell you what's happening and how I'm playing, and I can flow that all as one. That's the Satori of gameplay instruction that I have come to, I feel, in running this whole season of the Diablo gameplay that I'm used to and that I've run several seasons before when I've never tried the Joker mode. Because I guess I didn't feel like I was at that mastery point yet to take my skills and then tune the character design further to be tanky and to specifically strategize against death blows and to understand the situation gets stickier and stickier the more that the enemies can either deal really big damages to me such that they're going to get me close to a death blow or all the way to one, like a one-shot from the initial hit where I'm already at 100%. Because then I have mitigations that deal with hits that I'm going to accept after I'm already below 50% life. On the Barbarian, I have Relentless, which gives me an extra 50% damage reduction if I drop below 50. And then there's also the Rogar Stone Ring, which does another. It gives you extra life per hit multiplication for each percentage of life you're losing. So when you get down to numbers like 35% damage, 50% damage, 50% HP, you have a large benefit as long as you build with some of that resilience in your stats and in your gem, especially you take the Gizzard, which is the 50k life per second gem. Allows you to extremely regenerate. So when you have taken that hit that brings you close to death or actually triggers your cheat death debuff. Because you have to kind of construct the resilience level that is similar to when Mario takes a hit and starts flashing, but also loses his power up. You have to build the character, the tank aesthetic, for that grace period where you've taken the death blow. Okay, so now you need to respond. You need to either notice how sticky the situation has become, to understand or anticipate that you might be about to take one of those hits where the situation has reached the final threat, where you've taken that one hit and you've been made smaller. You no longer have the layer on top that's going to stop you from dying to start over the next time you get hit with that same damage, next time enough damage hits you. So moratorium refers to the delay of the damage as a cost to you. The moratorium just gives you a delay in incoming damage by, I think the number's 35% of the damage. So it takes 35% of what the hit was going to cost you. It splits it out across the 8 seconds, or however many seconds you have from leveling that gem to a higher number. But at level 70, it was like 8 seconds, I believe. So a decent amount to just buffer that amount of damage out. And sometimes when you deal critical hits, you delete that damage and you just succeeded in dodging it all the way. So it's like an extra dodge for a number of damage that's equal to 35% across that rolling window. It's especially useful if things are dealing quite a bit of punishment to you. And then, so if you balance that with the Gizzard and you have 50k life per second base, and let's say you get some more life per second from weapon gems, you can throw that purple amethyst in the weapon if you want. Boost your, actually that's life per hit. That's most of the time when you're in trouble, you're dealing hits. But if you're in a lot of trouble, you're not dealing hits because you're just running away. So the life per hit is a middle point between them. It's really, really handy for keeping you out of that sticky situation if you've got stuff to hit. But if you get into just a really, really tricky combo of a couple of leads and you can't put in that many hits because you're really on the defensive, you're on the retreat, you're on the run at that point, and you can't rely on life per hit at that point. At that point, you need buttons to push that lets you get away, lets you start becoming immune to CC or the additional hits, like Ocean buttons to slam because you need to get an extra damage protection to respond when you've suddenly been threatened. That's how you've got to play with the awareness of your hero's mortality. And that's, in the viable game sense, you're up on the edge of a spot where you see you're in danger, you understand the danger, and you're basically having a much, much more meditative feeling and sensation and experience because you're paying attention, you're looking at what's happening, what is this, what is that, you're looking and you're going, and you're fully getting the entire tactile feel of every event in mechanic that your hero passes through. It wakes you up. It's really, really potent. I can't think of a way you can construct a meditation more immersive than this audio-visual motion combat dance, where there's many sub-dances to execute, many different routines or reactions you could need, relying on your muscle memory and your familiar, what you've practiced, the rhythm that you're supposed to do, leap, boulder, which buttons to push in which order, the routine that it is. The repetition, I feel, is the thing in video gaming that specifically, I don't think it has anything to do with like the style of action you're doing, like I'm aiming a tool to fire it at a precise location or something. That element is just an example of a choreography. So in the classic Dooms, they have a choreography that is more about your emotion in relation to the world and the foes that are threatening you, and the tools, the treasures that you might need to make that work, to make the dance viable. Than just the fact that, you have to precisely aim. There's no sniping in Doom, okay? So the only thing there is dancing around the projectiles and threats to booms and away from the bigger threat in the way that you need to dance away from it. And that's the thing, the repetition of things. To gain the layout of the geography you can jump around between, and to gain an awareness, your muscle memory, your auto-doing of the particular sequences that make the whole thing work, that allow you to negotiate with the terrain and the environment threats and the active threats that you have to actually destroy with your tools. You have to bamboozle them, or they're bamboozling you. That's the game. That is the thing in gameplay, paired with repetition, just familiarity, and growing your mind's comfortability and auto mechanism with the setting and the things to do, the ways to behave, to use your muscles and your power. And that's your physical thought, physical cognition being exercised as you go through that. On the intellectual level, the game simulation level, push this button, push that button, push this pattern of sequences exactly this way. That is what likens it to a masterful composition on piano. The pianist has to auto-do. That's the only way you can create the music that is being heard. So that's what you have when you get in the full absorption in battle dance, wherein the mortality of your hero is front and central. You're encountering threats which literally invoke mortality of your hero. That's potent. That's an extremely crunchy video game meditation that is not so much giving you extra abilities at all. It's not doing that. It's plugging you in to the mind's neuroplasticity and the total absorption, total immersion excellence that is. It's the definition of human mind. It's what we're trying to experience. It's what's invoked by the correct double aim, where you have a foot in the dangerous and a foot in the familiar and / beloved. You're actualizing that. The video game successfully uses the energy and the metaphysics of mythos to invoke that in a kinetic way, in a tactile way, that fully switches on your mind. And so that's why I feel, as in Human Contact, or in other words, the way game crafting works is that it's a very, very high intensity and vivid stimulation level of human contact. It's a very, very interesting type of human contact where you are having an interaction with the author, but the author is basically absent. You are having an experience of instructions. And I say think of a tree, and you think of the tree that you've seen. You are having an interaction with yourself along that path. So it's extremely potent contact with the self, which is suspiciously just like the thing that a teacher is trying to do the teacher conundrum is to fool a student, just to fool an end user of a tool or of a device or a learning plan. They get tricked into a benefit, into something that's good, that's peace, that is excellent, it's awesome. So you create a tool that user picks up, and by using it, experiences a surprise. They set out with an intention to do something with that object intentionally, and they try to do it on purpose. But then accidentally, what happens as a result of their trying to do the one thing is they discover the other thing. That's the magic thing in a video game. That you boom, you get it, and you walk along one path, and then whoa, fucking eureka moment. You fucking it flashes, and you get the other thing, and that's the teacher conundrum realized and actualized. Is to this form of human contact where you are put closer and closer with yourself. You are canvassing the metaphysical thing, the planet that is yourself. It's oneself when you do that. And excellent, viable gameplay functions that way. It does something that's peace, that's meditative for you, and that leads you to the good. It gives you the insight. So it's quite similar to psychedelics, and that's where I first started unraveling this insight under the premise human contact is psychedelic. And I was like, well, so games are pretty psychedelic. And so I ended up getting to the bottom of this and seeing, so the game is human contact. And, like physical touch and affection is another psychedelic thing in human contact. And then the full engagement into the authentic experience of humans, so the intellectual piece that's not any parts physical affection. It's just literally somebody being willing and interested in knowing your truth the way you are able to convey. They want your truth exactly as it comes from you. They don't want to edit it at all. We don't want to make you do it a different way. We just want to know that thing that's coming from you, solely from you, that you're not trying to modify it or make it appear a certain way for anybody, for any reason. We want that uncensored, just full strength, full HP you shining. That's the intellectual psychedelic human contact, and that is what you're actually plugging into. When you spend time in somebody's creation, you play the game the way it's supposed to be played by them. You don't add things to it, like the lamppost, just to reference the particular parable in Coda's story. It was cool with lampposts, don't get me wrong. That version was also, I think, appreciable, but you play somebody's game exactly as it should be, and they haven't had to revise it or compress it at all or abridge it, and you just go all the way in and see it exactly as it came from them. That's the intellectual part of the human contact that's not just with oneself, where you're really getting into the reality of a person that's just happening, and that you can't control it, nor can I. I myself can't control it, nor can you control that in me. It would just be what it is. And when we've understood that, we're really understanding the whole meaning of when they were saying, oh, you're a Buddha. The meaning of that is you are exactly as you are now, complete and eternal, and the totality, the full one. You don't make it this way, it just is this way. That's what them saying you are the Buddha means. That what you are is fully and completely, in the maximum viewable aspect, being experienced. It's sensation, it's XP, it's being known. In the moment that experience is flowing, you are listening to the creation. And it's totally engaging. That's the wealth of human intelligence, the meta-intelligence, the creative consciousness that we have.
So it was a very, very simple step from that insight point to seeing. So religion of no religion means religion of human contact. The only thing happening in it is the human contact, the creative consciousness. The realization that there's no possible ritual or routine, there's no mechanism except to see the creative expression, the peaceful craft, which is your arrival point, your creative piece. It's just the celebrations that take you there. It carries you along the entire experience of human contact. Now let's add what I wrote down this morning. We'll just pull. I need to make note of an important secret. You encounter the essential truth very early in the Zen paradox, at the beginning, as it were. Trials of mortality scramble your basic piece. There's a cosmic order, which is a shape that any given entity returns to or flows toward. If you use the word polarity, you're holding up the gravity center and the aspect of the gravitation. What is in motion and how? We flow toward the shape, each entity toward the purpose, or epigenetic objective, that it corresponds with. This is the essential flow, thought of as Tao. That it's going there whether you resist it or not. You can't stop it. That's where it's going. That's the flow, the order of nature. So, the Tao sense is what gives me harm reduction. We're all flowing toward an inevitable harm reduction unity point. We can't stop it. There's no possible way not to end up in that unity point. That's the essential belief in the religion of no religion, or a religion of human contact, which is there's nothing to obtain because you already are human in contact with human. If you need to get back in contact, then that's what you need. That's the whole reason you need the practice of celebration and creative peace, which is what I'm getting at here when I say you encounter this essential truth right away. The trials and the suffering mixes you up into all kinds of different ways of being mixed up and completely confused. This is just what happens when you experience living, aliveness, and especially when you observe your hero's mortality. All the aspects of the original shape are still there, but scattered, bumped out of order by the trials of experiences. The sensations of danger or loss or humility, that burning that we have been caught and found out. We're calling this shame, but we get to the term humility after humiliation. Being able to recognize that a shame feeling is just reality, our deep disappointment and fear of losing someone who we thought we could have protected from the threat that harmed them. When we get that sting of a burning embarrassment, it's coming out of the epigenetic need for the village, the group, family with whom you are proceeding through the levels alongside of. It comes on in the first layer as, I won't be accepted by the others, I'll be on my own, and then encounter game over. Without the organism's gathered strength, the game is too difficult, and I've been found out as useless. But if you turn this picture around and discover the inner layer, the background that is implied by the foreground, you can see it is a fear you will lose hold. You're carrying someone, it's your strength in question, and you are preempting the disappointment of your mistake, causing game over to someone else. Examining your hero's mortality is pondering the skull's grin. Why is he laughing? And what step completes the channel from the shame place and the secret tunnel within it, which leads to the laughter, the wholeness that it is when you turn back from hell and return with the knowledge about using potion to get full HP, and the ability to cast a buff on nearby humans with your battle shout. Completing the channel is what allows energy to flow. There's no current traveling whatsoever until the whole circuit is completed, and at that point it starts moving through the wire. So first the question is asking, now why? Why is the Joker amused? And it leads you down the path to the darkest hells, and then what's beyond that? What is underneath the darkest terror? And furthermore, how is the adventurer able to enter that place, become the monster, but still turn back? How did he find the brick to open the gateway?
This morning I was discussing the joke of death.
Witches. Liquidate those witches. Nope. Fucking press the tab. Oh. It's a boss. Fuck you. No. Fucking press tab. Oh.
Wait, how did you do that? Play the game.
For the second time. Bro. way. They're very pissed.
You don't want it to end already, do you? Why don't we begin? Wait, why don't we begin again? Wait, how did you do that?
They're so pissed.
Play the game again.
Armored destroyer, but there's also a yellow box on it. So the amount of damage of those two together, the armored destroyer was a 3-linked attack.
Why don't we begin again? Wait, how did you do that?
That's quick recording for the rig.
Wait,
This morning I was discussing the joke of death.
Now, this font is a little bit out of control. Size 256 is the default size. Spherical being. live on a sphere and we are composed of spheres. Now, no, wrong one. I guess we can use this one real quick. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Now, the new stream rules are actually a set of instructions. I went ahead and basically overwrote all the old rules. There might be a couple little phrases that I kept. But it's now a statement about creativity and lurking. This is because lurking is the essence of creativity. I'm making something to lurk in, so you're invited too. You can lurk here now or later. Okay, so technically this chapter has a part 2 or bonus segment which contains Q&As about, specifically about identifying and escaping from the type of relationship abuse, which it's a very, very, very specific type of mental health crisis that is extremely challenging, and there are lots and lots of information about it on the Quora site where people pose questions or question interested people create answers for each other. So I gathered all of my answers, or most of them, most of the ones I find to be the most significant, and that's like the secret extra component for this that kind of gives you the full details that it requires to see the whole picture of what I'm doing with this craft. The sub-premise of abuse healing is a vital fragment in the construction of the harm reduction position. To establish the position of a person in the abuse corner or trap, a place of high infringement and high pressure on your mental well-being. The super premise is the emergent wealth of our organism is trapped and suspended. We are in a heart attack, and the result is widespread mental illness suffering, decay instead of creating. Reference point here is back to some of the first sentences that I wrote about the mind open spaces and walking down the steps from where I am now to get down to understand where I was before, ultimately taking a look at my inner child. Those thoughts are expanded in where I kind of started writing this set of scripts right before I thought of the 3 chapters, 3 overworlds. let's see. So this one, okay. This one's made out of some additional item. This is about the battle shout mythos as well. That I start getting into it, which I've talked about a great deal in the news. This also contains an introduction to the next overworld, which is a story of my deaths and respawns. It looks like that's where it just pivots right to. Harm reduction and the awareness toggle. This is a title image. Let's just place it in the narration folder. Yeah, this is it. Story outline, comprehensive reflection. This one's complication.
When I first learned the piano and played these wretched scales, the teacher beside me had a pencil in her hand and she hit my fingers every time I made a wrong note. Consequence was I never learned to read music because I hesitated too long to play the note on time. Because I was always, is this pencil going to land? See? That gets built into your psyche. So people are always, although they're adults, nobody is clubbing them around and screaming at them any longer. They hear the echoes of that screaming mama or that bombinating papa in the back of their heads all their life long. And so they adopt the same attitudes to their own children. And the fast continues.
This volume's intentionally quite low.
Because there is no, and I don't say that you shouldn't.
But I have the headset turned down.
Children, if you want them to play the social game. But if you lay down the law to your children, you must make provision later in life for them to be liberated. Go through a process of curing them from the bad effects of education. But you can't do that unless you too grow up, see? As we grow up. Says I, including myself. Publication, not a confession. So that is the thing. Now, therefore, in the Zen seed, you would think that the master, as we know him and as we read about him, is an extremely authoritarian figure. That's the way he deliberately comes on at the beginning. He puts up a terrific show of being an awful dragon. And this screens out all sorts of people who don't have somehow the nerve to get into the work. But once you are in, a very strange change takes place. The master becomes the brother. He becomes the affectionate helper of all those students. And they love him as they would a brother, rather than respect him as they would a father. And therefore the students and masters, they make jokes about each other. They have a very curious kind of social relationship, which has all the outward trappings of the authoritarian. But everybody knows on the inside that that's a joke. Liberated people have to be very cool. Otherwise, in a society which doesn't believe in equality and cannot possibly practice it, they would be considered extremely subversive. Therefore, great Zen masters wear purple and gold and carry scepters and sit in thrones, and all this is carried on to cool it. And the outside world knows that they're all right. They have discipline, they have order, they're perfectly fine.
This is the cool part. Okay, now we will listen to the one called Complication, and then the story Comprehensive. Now, this particular video I added to the Adventure School 5 stack because this episode, or this stack, this session, so to speak, is about being vexed and being trapped and hitting the end of your ability to think you can control anything about anything. The essence of hitting the end of the road, where you literally are in what's called don't care, where you literally can't exert any more belief in something going a certain way that's positive, or in an outcome happening that has any kind of harmony. That's the essence of where you are when the essence of the Sly Man takes over. When you stop trying, and you stop not trying, and you're magically boosted into this secret area essence. So Jordan Peterson was saying mental illness is not really the root thing that we're troubled by. And I want to talk about this in the context of my education monk aspect of Adventure School, and of what I would like to do. Like Watts says, what you would do if money were no object. This is what I've been trying to think about doing for at least the last 6 years, but much longer in the broad scope of things, since I was in corporate hell, saying I wanted to do something more relevant to teaching and to artfulness and to surviving human struggle by way of creativity and art. In high school, I had exactly one course that was actually centered in this, called Humanities, and it was a combined study between writing / creativity / music with history and literature, basically, was the fourth one. It was those 4 subjects put together. Music, literature, history, and writing. There was a writing part of it specifically. So Jordan Peterson said that mental illness is an issue, but the real issue is complexity, complication. And I would rephrase this in terms of our social contract, which is essentially, in essence, at this moment, you're not free. You have to purchase citizenship. You have to purchase freedom by way of obedience and by way of finding a way to sell out your time. Lots and lots of it. It costs a lot of your time in order to succeed at buying your freedom, your citizenship. And we're constantly forced through the, I forgot the term Alan Watts uses for it, in Coincidence of Opposites, where he's describing this exact problem in the social contract, and it's more whimsical the way he describes it, by simply presenting the fact that we're going along thinking that we're going to get to the great thing. It's coming, and suddenly you're about 40 years old and you realize you got there and you don't feel different. And it's the whimsical feeling about realizing you cheated yourself the whole way down the line to think you were going to some great thing, and instead of dancing while the music was playing at any given point along the way. That you weren't taking a journey, that you weren't doing travel across a long distance to go somewhere great, that where you already were was great. Jordan Peterson says that the problem's complication in terms of catastrophes, disasters, pressure, difficulties. This is the flaw in the social contract that forces you to go have your time bought out in order to purchase freedom, in order to purchase just a little bit of relief. It's not enough relief. It's not enough simplicity. It's too much pressure. It's way too much fucking unwellness and discord in terms of the things that aggravate mental illness. So mental illness is not the root problem. It is simply the thing being provoked to greater and greater heights by a system that absolutely will not permit us to have rest. This system expects us to live as if we're not alive, in constant fear, in constant anxiety, and in constant struggle and panic to keep on going on. And go on as if death doesn't even exist. You're not even allowed to acknowledge death. You're supposed to go on pretending like it doesn't happen up until the moment, whoops, you accidentally are gone, and they hide it from you. He goes into this in The Inevitable Ecstasy and a couple other talks, and the Joker, he mentions it offhand, that he's the Undertaker is a guy who sweeps you under the rug at considerable expense. You're not allowed to live as an alive person. You have to go like a zombie, but death and rest isn't allowed either. You're not allowed to give up your responsibility. You're not allowed to have freedom or play or rest. You're not allowed to have a simple life. The system does not tolerate the existence of those who don't belong. That's what's wrong with the social contract, is it requires an endless amount of panic and attainment in pursuit of some great thing, when in actuality it's just obedience to authorities and rulers. And if you're the wrong color or the wrong gender, you make too much noise, you're not allowed to have a bad day. They throw you away for it. They try to come and punish you and make someone out as a criminal if there's a crisis. And I didn't see that angle of the problem per se until I was in the domestic hell situations that entailed this. It entailed me getting pushed into this corner where fascists wanted to put me in their for-profit jail system just for trying to save my family, and the only reason I was in that corner is because of the way this endless pressure system, pressure cooker, aggravates all the mental illness triggers of my significant other, who just simply can't have peace. She's not allowed to be valued for what she does and what she wants to do, and neither am I. What we want to do is education work. We don't want the endless pursuit of obedience to rulers so that you can buy some tiny little 5 minutes a week sovereignty that's basically not even a whole weekend that you get anymore. We don't want that, but the system is aggravating all the types of mental illness that are triggered, that have paranoia and fear and anger and PTSD situations where we can't have peace. And we need to have a society and a social contract where peace is the center point, where you are invited to play the game or any of the games available if you would like to, and where nobody comes out and tries to force you. They don't force you into the street out of housing and out of health if you can't pay your obedience fees, and they don't come force you into a jail if you have bad days every now and then, or you're trying to help somebody who has bad days, and it just aggravates into the point where you're angry and you've made mistakes too because you have flaws, and all of a sudden you're being charged with crimes for it. It's bullshit! And I'm fucking tired of this social contract, and I want to start a monastery that is essentially a school. Education from the standpoint of the monk is a combination of total sovereignty, which is an underlying pillar of total wellness, growth which only happens of itself. It can only take place when there is not force and complication and pressure on top of you, requiring you to go be distracted with attainment and obedience and giving up all of what it takes to have rest and to have nourishment and to have real play, the real contemplation for the sake of what is the basic essence of an enlightened state, of the feeling that you are in the ultimate mind, the ultimate experience, that you're already there, that you are it, that you're not off trying to attain it through some complicated, long, drawn-out process. And that's where Watts brings a heavy amount of roasting toward religion and toward psychotherapy and toward judges and court and authorities and all of it. He embodies the Joker, who is a jester against all forms of stringing you along in complicated attainment to try to keep you there, to try to draw the process out and keep people as their students and as their their clients under the psychotherapy guise, or keep you in the jail system as an incarcerated, institutionalized person, or the education system. All of it. He's the only fucking voice other than George Carlin who has ever been able to voice my basic fucking principle of life, that the only action that qualifies as teaching is subverting the authority that pulls you away from well-being and peace and calmness and rest and celebration. It was the ultimate realization that my life purpose, so to speak, is artfulness in support of celebration and against non-celebrators and celebration crashers. The Nazis, the fascists, and the fucking miserable people of this world who can't let others alone, who can't just allow nature to happen of itself, and they have to boss and own the destiny by force. We have to fix this social contract, or the entire human system is completely collapsing. And this pandemic situation is forcing, I think, the elites to make concessions they never ever otherwise would have had to make. They never would have had to admit that it's a game that deliberately throws people away for disobedience, for arbitrary reasons, and not allowing them to have bad days, and not allowing them to have rest, not allowing them to have wellness by way of trying to charge them for the simple right to exist in such a way that just doesn't make sense. It's a self-frustrating game rule. We can't keep living like this as a human group. It will not work. We will all fucking go extinct. Alright, that's that one. Now let's listen to... When I started creating with the intention to tell a story, I didn't know what the story was yet. I knew I had some story to tell, but it had no definition. In other words, I contained the blocks that it was made out of or spelled out with, the symbols, the raw experience, the unspeakable, in essence, realities that I have walked through, my deaths and respawns, the questions I have traveled through to bring us this message. 3 chapters existed up to that point, which roughly consisted of the giggler in church, my child self, the trauma breakpoints of the death of my mother, and my own death one. The first mystical experience, constituting a near-death experience I couldn't understand. Part 2 sort of begins in that breakpoint, which is the whole time period from then up until I grow bigger and I wander aimlessly in a kind of locked up discontent. Terrible Lie is the anthem song for a radio version of this whole proceeding. Angry at the cult I had escaped from. And this spans all the way up until I reach the very tip top of adulthood. So basically age 11. All the way up until I am late 20s. Essentially, I don't think this part even breakpoints until I'm 30, when I break off onto my own and I have left the corporate hell that I was in after kind of very subtly realizing it in full, that I wanted to do something constituting teaching, constituting using my skill of creativity and of walking against corrosive or suppressing forces and institutions. I refer to it as humanities skill, referencing the class in high school before I left high school, combining disciplines about history, literature, writing, music, and art outside of music. Music was its own scope, and then there was an art tier. And then novels and reading and writing, language arts was combined into it. So a series of events led me out of the domesticated and corporate employment life, the corporate hell, and the fake life of a person on a profession path that just didn't make sense. I later encountered Matthew Silver and his words when he said, I knew I didn't want to make the grade, I didn't want to be somebody, and I broke down. My breakdown was expanded out over a very long period. It took me a while to fully complete the breakdown. But essentially that's the third tier, is as I enter the state that would enable me to complete the breakdown, I entered a state of a heavy fall in love. A heavy encountering of exactly what I desired. A person with as much of an educator's authority, disruption, creativity power, mother energy, matching my own. And so this third tier is the transition out of the disgruntlement, the locked up dismay, into me at my worst. Really the trial pushing me to the point where I would be open for the real arrival point, my creative arrival point as a monk educator. Beginning to search for the story overlaps in that phase. I was still at my worst during that moment. That part of it is called the quest. And I was doing a graveyard shift, delivering the state newspaper and I've got a piece written that talks about this time period. I've got to add a few other little details in, but this time period where the quest has begun, but I'm still in the worst moment, the number 3 in the story, experiencing it. But starting to search for the story is what had to happen. I later distilled this into the insight that questions asked in the right way are the means of adventuring, of actually going. If you decide, and by doing so you would determine the question that you should be walking along, you quest around. What are you searching for? What exactly is your question? Which was the question I was asking myself. I was kind of speaking to me as I'm ready to transition out of the locked up dismay. I started asking, just what the fuck is my question? Just what the fuck is my story? What the hell's going on here? Because I was super duper boggled at that point, and I had been through a variety of struggles related to my PTSD triggered panic attacks, which I never realized that that's what it was prior to that. Ultimately, I had medicinal experiences, sort of beginning with ketamine in the emergency room. I then completely stopped use of alcohol and began pursuing the idea of neurogenesis and psilocybin to continue along that same question path, knowing that it would allow me to heal, which seemed to be the main thing in my question, is how do we walk a path of healing. But that was only a subtle piece of it. I didn't really realize the full question, of course, until I reached the boom, the point that all of that was leading up to, the real changeover from out of the me at my worst moment into the answer to the question, the thing following the quest, which is Unit 5 in the timeline and the outline tiers here. Unit 5 is interesting because it is actually, it's like the 2 doors room in the Coda puzzle. One door on either side. It's a dark room inside, and there's a switch on the inside of the first door. That you have to press while the door is in motion in order to progress. Number 5, it is that I've found the answer, but I have to also exit this place. I can enter this place, but just entering it is nothing. It's just a blank room with nothing in it. But essentially, that moment is the Battle Shout trip, the mushroom trip in May of 2019, where all the pieces of information and experiences, I was able to scan them, or you see them arranged into the real interpolation of their total meaning, and gained the Battle Shout, the answer, what I'm searching for. What I'm searching for is you, is your true, unspeakable self, your ultimate reality self. You. That's what is to be found when you battle every boss and monster to the last floor of the dungeon and locate the treasure. That treasure is you. So realizing that was a place. It was an arrival point. It was the entryway of the arrival point, like level 1 in Doom 2, the entryway. It was just the opening into the underhalls and the rest of the game that is this, the Monk Education Adventure School. But exiting that room was a year later. Well, not a full year. I mean, it was a couple of months. Experiencing the first LSD trip, in my angriest depression, alone with my questions, I saw me. I saw that I am the sky. We are all falling here. There's no getting back up onto the cliff edge. Once you fall, in the motion of the fall, I saw we are not separate. I saw you, and by seeing you, I saw me. I only saw me because I saw you, and I realized it. I'm the sky. We are all falling, and there's only love here. which constitutes the short interval between Battle Shout and the I'm Sky moment, was walking through that door and exiting it. Walking forward from there leads me to seeing just what exactly is this through this door, and it is the Zen paradox and the full utilization of the huge gaze to scan all these things, to see the only objective that there can be, growth of itself when you're free from illusions and from coercion systems, liberation. And so that's the story of how I found the story, and how having found the story enabled me to come to the entire vehicle of my creative arrival point, which is ultimately the only means for me to tell it, for me to do anything. The story is about my creative emergence, and it takes place through the knowledge encoded for me and left for me by Alan Watts, by his creative arrival point. I feel a deep connection, as if I was either extremely close, have lived the life that he lived in either a direct or a very close indirect way. And his words explain 100% of the feelings of my heart, which ultimately is the monk's enlightenment, the Zen medicine for coercion and illusions that are worrisome, that are the definition of anxiety. And all of the insights contained between the I'm Sky trip moment and now the creative arrival point with Adventure School, and the rectangles that it includes that are in my inventory for the character Fool the Great, are blocks that I can assemble in any way. Any assembly of them tells you reality. It's like combining different lights and different viewpoints to see a different piece. It's like the ship of the mind in Cosmos, the Neil deGrasse Tyson reboot, where he can go anywhere to any time, and that vehicle is a metaphorical to the Zen paradox combined with the huge gaze. And ultimately the potion rectangle, which is the only one that refers to experiences happening in front of your eyes now that damage you or that suppress you. The potion is the Sly Man solution to those damages, to heal yourself, to suddenly leave with no need for a prior announcement, without having to think about it and deliberate, because that's too slow. Reality is infinite fast. The Sly Man escapes the boundaries. He outwits the devil by a secret tool, the potion. You click on it when you've taken damage, and you can heal the damage, and you can succeed rather than being killed and wiped in whatever boss or enemy encounter that is that damages you. Because you don't have to accept it. Once you understand that peace exists, your rectangle potion is the tool, the means by which you simply refuse the non-peace state. You go to peace, even if you can't exit where you are, like i.e. in the jail cell, where I really first began the first granule of this realization, and realized it was the cheat, it was the secret hack, it was the special ability. I realized that within a meditation state. Now that's an outline of how I may structure the 3-point story video / essay, which consists of part 1, the harm reduction platform, which represents the beginning of when I began to think about what was important to me, what I wanted to do. It was always harm reduction. I just didn't have all the words and ways of thinking about it because of my illusions and my immaturity. Number 2 is basically the narrative of the mystical experience with small details as necessary to tell those realizations out of those first 3 chapters. And that's my deaths and respawns. The questions I've traveled through to bring us this message. How and why I created my words. And the final one is the video game koan's Zen Paradox story, the full unfurlment of what I have as insight through the game parables for this arrival point, and ultimately the Adventure School creative arrival point final message, because there's three messages. The adventure basics are those three: the awareness of, and then the celebration of, and the creativity, the crafting of expression and resonation of your inner reality, your actual full reality self that is manifested spontaneously and not under coercion or under false illusion and forcing. Those three items constitute what it is for adventuring when you are deciding to travel from your experience you already know. When you are going, you're actually doing the traveling, what it takes to actually go ahead and depart from what you already know. And the doing, the XP, what it is that happens after you've done that, when you're in the place that you don't know, when you're having the true reality spontaneity. Because that's the thing about spontaneity. It reveals what you don't already know. It's the new XP, it's the treasure. It's yourself, your fully actualized and seen self. Okay, that was the end of that one. Pretty good comprehensive overview of what the three chapters are. In chapter 1, it's necessary to establish that and kind of describe the components, which will be developed in a lot more detail, some of which has already been kind of grafted in the introductory way in earlier narrations. Okay, so as I mentioned when I was first looking over this, the super premise of this segment, Chapter 1, is the emergent wealth of our organism is actually trapped. It's suspended, we're in a heart attack, and the result is actually widespread mental illness and suffering. It's decay instead of the creating that we are wired for and were built for as human beings. So I've got this intro segment establishing definitions, basically. Punchlines, definitions. Intent or impact here. The most important thing here is to frame all of the rectangles. We can't start talking about them the way the rest of the script does unless we start with these high-level definitions. So the very, very, very first foremost definition you need is mythos. I've spent some time talking about this on the development streams and on some of the scripted ones. I'm sure I've covered this a couple times, but why is this important? If you heard the expression, the picture is worth 1,000 words, then the story is worth 1,000 pictures. And mythos is like 1,000 stories. It's a story dash picture. And we've got an interlude of the Zen Paradox door, or the blue monastery entrance door. Both of those images are basically interchangeable in my monk mythos. This is the first rectangle. The second one is double bind. Most importantly, you have to act before you think. How can anyone do that? In other words, it's not possible to decide beforehand. That's too late, because reality is infinite fast. How can anyone do this? Answer: there is no way out of the bind, technically. The double bind is a foundational tool for unselecting a game rule. Without understanding double bind, we cannot make any assertions about illusions or reality. You have to act before you think. How can anyone do that? There is no way out of that bind. Well, there is actually one way out, and it's a rectangle. Zen Paradox. Basically, it's a pause function. solving the fact that reality is infinite fast. My story is about these rectangles. Then we have a Watts clip. I've played it a few times in a couple of the compilations so far, where he's asking why do we put ourselves in boxes. In the later essay, I'm going to talk about this particular aspect of the exact meaning, the way we can talk about both the benefit and the negative way of using boxing and containers. And the key is the voluntary element about it. I'm not going to replay that right now. I'll play it later. So this is basically Battle Shout plus There Is No Teacher plus channeling insights. Mutual arising is completely foundational to being able to look at the Zen paradox. Emptiness as a frame that lets you see something at all. The narrative voice of me, regular me, the person, is trying to de-obfuscate this to explain that I can't teach you how to do this, but my entire project is to amplify your seeing you. Because I don't exist unless you're seen. So rather than teaching you something, I'm actually learning about you. By standing here where I am, I'm crafting this reality right now, what's contained inside of this video right here. This is education content that will never change. It is what it is. It will always be what it is only. However, your version of it, the impact and the relevance and the contextualization of it to you, when you experience it, that's the act of reading the book. That's the paradox essence. It's you that I'm looking at, even though this is my mystical experience tale. When I began this channel with the Battle Shout concept, I didn't have the definitive statement of my purpose. Any being denied their sovereignty cannot access growth. Therefore, we uphold the immutable sovereign right to be a school and oppose all coercive damage or suppression by any individual or authoritarian corporation or state or other type of bureaucracy. Any type of force exerted on us will be refused as a human right. So my position as a mystic educator is really that of an ANCAP. I claim total sovereignty to be a school, a fair use, social organism cultivation entity. We hold these truths to be self-evident. So, this is a blueprint for a school with total authority to refuse the infringement upon our well-being of a bad social contract. The point of this blueprint is to give it away to you, for you to be allowed to pick it up and use it, and the whole purpose of it is the fact that we are allowed to pick up such a blueprint and use it to increase our well-being and stop infringements against it. Identity, a completely voluntary group. We display this statement as the same blueprint anybody could pick up and similarly invoke. We uphold the right to operate this way with full liberty. If any coercion or violence is done against this, it's illegal and unethical. Sovereignty is intrinsic, and we're born with this right to assemble together for well-being. No forcible infringement of our education practice will be accepted. Period. Acts of force against this well-being constitute declaration of war on the innocent, autonomous people of this planet. We will first withdraw from the tyranny seeking refuge, but if faced with no withdrawal opportunity, we have to lay down our lives defending this cause. The death of George Floyd is the mathematical sentence of this. We refuse any degree of weight pressed down upon our survival and growth. From murder done in the open by false authorities to the concealed violence, artificial impoverishment, slowly suffocating us by denying our intrinsic sovereignty. Trevor Noah put it in words, "We're furious now for those who've died and the ones who don't die." I say, coercion is cancer. Harm reduction is the name of my platform because it specifically calls out the damage we can agree upon is harmful, regardless of individual beliefs or principles. The name embodies my refusal to be a bystander to gross negligence and toxic abuse. So my channel is about mental health, creativity, and inner peace. My mission is to spread harm reduction until it's the standard, and ensuring sovereignty for anyone who seeks growth, uninfringible by Nazi force and violence. That's the education of a monk. Liberation. The educators said to the Nazis, "Let us have funding to choose school or homeschool up to that point." Nazis said, "No, we require young people to attend government programming facilities." The educators replied, "No, because harm reduction requires not allowing the kids into your violent custody." Informed by my childhood as a misunderstood neuroatypical, my harm reduction politics are three main pillars that are based on what went wrong. First of all, I was put on Ritalin at age 6, as if my difference was a disability rather than a talent. And next, I was forced through toxic authority institutions, the Mormon cult and the US government school. I wanted to follow my fascination and grow in my own way, but staying home where I was free just wasn't allowed. My battle shout is for gifted kids. I'm speaking for every child that's being harmed and destroyed by Nazi institutions and false scarcity, which are the standard of citizenship here for all but the most privileged, who withhold the natural flow of the social organism's emergent wealth. A social contract which recognizes that education and growth is owned by individuals and not attained from authority or gatekeepers or via obedience to any particular interest or influencer, we would say, CEO, boss, etc. Any of these words, they all describe the invalid, the mechanism that absolutely will fail us and will extinct us. You don't attain education or growth from that. You own it within yourself. This is a social contract that actually will permit the existence of outsiders and not promote crowd and bureaucracy cancer, if it actually recognizes that that education value is literally just owned by individuals and families thereof. Never, ever any brand or state entity. Viable technology is that which completely eliminates the previously heavy overhead, cost, or burden, and so it is adopted widely. It makes the previous solutions obsolete. Thereby, decentralizing money is the viable tech of connecting all previously viable tech with the possible beneficiaries. That's an inclusion innovation. Harm reduction platform is completely non-ambiguous. If your behavior channels harm reduction, you're a healer, educator, or warrior, defending precious young. If you do not channel harm reduction, then you are a Nazi. You are dealing damage to the young instead of defending and adding to them. This is a concentration country without adequate harm reduction. Literally is designed to exterminate anyone who doesn't belong, instead of protecting the most vulnerable, the youngest, or the talented, or offering a completely voluntary social contract. These are the two defining elements of what harm reduction is: protection or care, and basic sovereignty, the resisting of coercion and force. So we need to support the idea of humiliating an enormous narcissist without even using our MVPs, just to prove our point. And a side note here, of course, this was written speculatively, and of course now we have done that. And we're having an inauguration tomorrow. Whether you like Trevor Noah or not, or whether you particularly like people who are more left-leaning or not, what Trevor Noah said when he was talking to Bernie is truth. Getting Biden to say it will get it recognized as normal. Doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. That's the message of the whole Biden movement here. Either we stage unprecedented uprisings now, actually right now, not waiting, or unite our support behind a guy who's only symbolic of our discontent with harmful authority institutions. The current non-president who was holding office had only worsened. He has never ever reduced harm, and he will cause more harm before this is over. That was a prediction that I wrote. Also, in late September, which came true multiple times. Especially when you think of the 3,000 plus deaths per day we have in my country from the pandemic alone. So we must get rid of him. How to remove Trump? Trump removal service. Wealth is manifested in real material. Bezos and all the rest of the wealthy elite's failure to circulate the gains of emergent wealth is effectively a cancellation of the wealth it could become. That's anti-wealth, anti-material. So he is a dark overlord. His command is over an enormous nothing. Harm reduction is UBI. analogous to the breakup of the entanglement with toxic institutions and government controls, with a payment specifically for well-being we desperately need to regain after the harm of Nazi institutionalized unwellness. That payment's literally to recoup the damage that was done because the governing institutions have had a massive, unprecedented, history-making and history-breaking institutional failure. On the show The Newsroom, which I excerpted in my Volume 4 wrap-up compilations, they spent some time exploring this and talking about what's the meaning of institutional failure, because it highlights negative consequences to individuals who are merely innocent workers. They're not complicit in the destructive nature of the harmful overlords in these situations. That's the main thing with institutional failure, is that you're not able to pin the crime to individuals in a worker capacity. You have to pin it on the larger influencers and authorities, essentially, who are making negligent decisions. I started there, and I kind of weaved that thought further into the basic declaration that consent to be governed is literally predicated on uninfringed well-being and open sovereignty, where you actually have the freedom to choose as an individual for yourself. And you can't do that if you have to get your income from a ruler. You just can't. Okay, so this is a slight summary and follow-up to all of those details. That's why I placed it here later in the script, ultimately. Okay, this is a description of what it is, a short voice narration providing context to my primary disagreement with the current social contract. Kinda did this one a little bit already in the Minecraft session 1, but it was mostly through compilation rather than narration. What I want to do is fundamentally education work, building curriculum, holding gathering, guardianship, and direct providing of resources and support to my kids in a homeschool and to anybody who would show up for such support to a monastery setting. So I'd like it to be more of a monastery attached to the homeschool, so I may invite students, which would be anybody, any age, can participate in this. It's a wholly open door process with rules that cause the main piece of the place to be respected. So the idea here is to upgrade the social game so that we may officially permit the existence of the outsider and abandon the exclusionary idea that people should be blocked from having housing, that they shouldn't be able to have shelter just because they chose to show up at the place that the shelter is and be sheltered by it. If you take a look at Starbucks' third place policy, that's where my idea for this began. They were the first mainstream situation to rise in support of my basic platform. They said, no, you don't make a purchase to be our customer. All you do is show up and refrain from infringing the purpose of the space or peace of others. So my monastery is a super third place. Okay, we'll skip the next part because I included this one in the basic creative arrival point and follow-up narrations. My business is people's well-being, essentially. I want to create the space for leaving this social contract as the main function of my work, of my endeavor day by day. Monastery is the warrior's house of gathering. It's the base, what school actually means, the warrior's house, because he's protecting the younger ones from all the threats and all the bosses. He battles every boss, taking aggro and defending all the young and vulnerable, leading the group so the newer ones may learn to get XP. He carries a rectangle shield which is simultaneously used to block threats and damage and also reveal reality, to reveal the talents and buffs available to the group to the younger, less experienced ones. It is both a viewing tool and a defensive tool. Okay, next this is a summary of the timeline, my mystical experience, education foundation. First thing is George Carlin explaining why education doesn't happen and why it never will when we have owners that don't want free-thinking populations. I obtained this information subversively by accessing his content via the earliest file-sharing software. This was the era of the internet around Napster and Kazaa applications. I was around 16. Number 2. exiting the cult I was born in, though I couldn't express any of the mystic perspective other than being super angry that they brainwash kids with a defective authority hierarchy and a faulty idea of their own power, that they have to go attain it somewhere by pleasing outside authorities and being obedient. So my objection was wholly centered on the false attainment premise being force-fed throughout the culture. I just lacked the words to explain it, other than I don't need someone else telling me what to do in order to have an acceptable or excellent life. Number 3. I'm growing angrier and angrier that the same faulty premise also exists throughout my culture in the form of authoritarianism, where the right to exist is weakly predicated upon a purchase that actually is only symbolic, with the real requirement being obedience to a false authority and attainment hierarchy. Initially expressed by detailing the way the role of lifeguards and caregivers was directly penalized during the process of requiring everyone to obey an employer or ruler, i.e., being forced to adhere to whatever schedule the employer is trying to make them do. The result of this is depleting their mental and emotional resources in such a way that we literally see a murder and suicide crisis unfolding in a steady acceleration of mass shooting and other violent outbursts. Up to now, we've seen it lead all the way to armed insurrections. I iterated on pointing out that the only emergency our society recognizes is ones where your vitals measure over a certain threshold. It ignores any crisis that does not, whilst conveying you should hurry up and stop existing if you have a problem, rather than being willing to help. We don't have healthcare, and that starts at the very beginning where we don't have access to shelter as a condition of a place you need to sleep. I like how Jordan Peterson talks about this a lot. He explains that your room and what organizing it means is it's your place to sleep. You have to start with what's the purpose of it? It's somewhere to sleep so you can function. Well, and so what's your function? So you have to answer that question. You need somewhere to go, and you need a place to be for your stuff for when you go there, and you need a purpose for both places. He lays this out in great detail. The point is to have healthcare, to have any of this in a way that makes sense, where if you have a bad day you actually can get help and it's not predicated on just blood coming out of you as a wound. We have to stop ignoring this problem and consider the human rights question about healthcare and housing. So I'm getting madder and madder about it, but I was able to express that problem back in 2014, 2015, even as early as the Occupy Wall Street situation back in 2011. We started creating this movement, I would say, and I have a clip from Michael Moore explaining that we're going to invent democratic economics. It's very, very relevant to where I've arrived with it creatively. Regardless of whether you like people on the left or the ideologies thereof, this ideology stands separated on purpose, just grafting in relevant details to what true ANCAP liberation capitalism will look like. And what it means for it to look like that as a human rights-centered social order. So number 4 is, of course, my mystical experience emergence, preceded by thoughts about nostalgia and the gratitude glitch, and then the outro page of the battle shout and the I am sky trips. Then the Zen paradox fully materializes in my conscious reality during a depression moment with suicidal ideation, in which I replaced all interaction with social organism or media with Alan Watts' lecture study, long play, accompanying mostly WoW, adventure game meditation. This happened during a depression moment where I had suicidal ideation and in which I replaced all interaction with the social organism and media instead with Alan Watts lecturing, long plays, and I put that with playing dungeons in classic WoW. Adventure School was born about October 2019. Really not working well with this being standing still for so long. It's supposed to be gameplay that goes with the narration here. We just did all of this script except for the final part. Waiting in in the fucking waiting room. Alright, then we'll play some Jordan Peterson and continue to wait. I'm pulling up this lecture.
Now that you've had an opportunity to walk through a narrative, then hopefully some of the things that I'm going to say that are more technical will make more sense. And so what we're going to do today, at least in part, is to start to deal with conceptualizing a solution to the fact that the world is too complex to properly perceive. So what the problem fundamentally is that there's a lot more of everything else than there is of you, you know, especially if you include in that everything else all the parts of you that you also don't understand. And so I want to walk you through how I think we solve that, at least in part. And we do that by essentially by simplifying the world. But I think mostly that we simplify it as a place in which to act rather than a place in which to perceive objects. And I really believe that there's a critical distinction between those two things. And I think that part of the reason that there's been continual tension, say, between the claims of science and, let's say, the claims of religion, is because the idea that the world as a place of objects and as a place to act have to be considered separately isn't properly understood. I don't know, so I'm going to try to straighten that up to the degree that that's possible. So I'm going to talk to you about stories and meta-stories, and the story is this, I would say it's the simplest unit of useful information with regards to action and perception that you could be offered. And then a meta-story is a story about how a story like that transforms. And I would say we'll concentrate on the structure of the story, and then we'll get into the structure of the meta-story, and that'll constitute today's class. So the first thing I want to show you, I know many of you have seen this, but I'm going to show it anyways. For the longest time, it was presumed that, the longest time, say at least in the 20th century, it was presumed that we make a pretty complete model of the world, and then we act in the world and we compare what happens to that model, and as long as our model and the world are matching, then roughly speaking we believe that everything is okay and our emotions stay under control. But if that model mismatches, then we know that something's up. Now, a lot of this work was done by Russians, especially in the early 60s, by two Russian scientists, Vinogradova and Sokolov, who were students of Alexander Luria, who was arguably the greatest neuropsychologist of the 20th century. Luria spent a lot of time studying soldiers from World War II that had received head injuries and of various sorts, and because of that he could draw inferences about how the brain worked, and some of what we're going to talk about over the upcoming weeks with regards to brain function, much of it is predicated on Luria's work. And Sokolov and Vinogradova were his students, and they were interested in this phenomena. They were interested in psychophysiological measurement, right? So as a way of inferring brain function. And so psychophysiological measurement is measurement of those physiological parameters, say like pupil width or skin conductance or EEG, that are in some ways directly reflective of how the brain works. Now, if you measure skin resistance changes with the amount that you sweat, and that can change very, very rapidly, and it changes in response to physiological demands placed on your body. So for example, if your body assumes that you're going to leap into action for some purpose, then it's going to open up your pores to prepare you to keep yourself cool, And you can measure those transformations quite accurately by measuring the electrical resistance of the skin. And so what you see, if you put someone in a lab chair and you expose themselves to different stimuli, you find that, for example, if you expose them to something that's threatening, say like a picture of a snake, then their skin conductance will decrease because their skin conductance will increase because they sweat a little bit more. And it's quite a rapid response. It can be a very rapid response. Now, one of the things that Sokolov, yeah, that's right, noted was that if I sat you down, for example, and I put some headphones on you, and I played a tone to you that repeated, just exactly the same tone that repeated at predictable intervals, that the first time you heard the tone, you'd produce quite a spike in skin conductance, and the next time a slightly smaller spike, and then the next time a slightly smaller spike, until after maybe you'd heard it 3 or 4 times, you would not respond to it at all. And that was often regarded as habituation. And habituation is the same thing that you can see in snails, for example. And I'm using snails as an example because they have very, very simple nervous systems. So if you take a snail and you poke it, then like it comes out of its shell and you poke it, it'll go back into its shell. And then it'll come out. Then if you poke it again, it'll go back into its shell and it'll come out. But if you keep doing that, sooner or later the snail will just stop going in. And you might think of that, it has been conceptualized as the simplest form of learning, habituation. And the behaviorists tended to presume that if a human being manifested a response that could be modeled by a simple organism, then the human being was using a response that was analogous to that of the simple organism. And sometimes that's true, and sometimes it's not. So, for example, you have simple reflexes that, you know, if you put your hand on a hot stove, you'll jerk back, and that's quite a simple circuit. You'll move your hand back before the message gets to your brain, because the spinal cord is smart enough to mediate reflex like that all by itself. So, you know, your brain is actually quite distributed throughout your body. It's not just in your head like people tend to think. And so we have conserved fast acting reflexes at various levels of our nervous system. They aren't capable of sophisticated response. It's pretty much stimulus response, thinking about it from the behavioral perspective, but they have as an advantage incredible speed because there just aren't that many neural connections between the stimulus and the response. And so we have layers of response at different time frames that help us match with the demands of the external environment. So Charles Darwin, for example, used to go into the, I think it was museum in England, I don't remember the name of it. They had a snake in there, I believe it was a cobra, and he'd stick his face up at the glass and the cobra would strike at him and he'd jerk back. And he tried many, many times to master that reflexive response to the snake, but there was no way. Every time that thing struck at him, he jumped backwards. Well, you can imagine the survival utility in a reflex like that, but in reflexes in general. Okay, so back to Sokolov. Now, what he decided, thought, if you took that tone and you did anything to it that was perceptible, right, because there are certain gradations of tone that you're not capable of perceiving, but let's assume you took the tone and you adjusted it enough so that it was perceptibly louder, or it was perceptibly a different frequency or something like that, or even that the spaces between the tones, because I said they were predictably spaced, even though if the spaces between the tones were changed, then when the change occurred, the orienting reflex would be reinstated. You'd respond to it again. And Sokolov tried to vary the tone on many, many parameters. But no matter what parameter he varied it on, as long as you could detect it perceptibly, you'd produce an orienting reflex. So Sokolov's idea was that you must be producing a complex internal model of the world that's in concordance with the world across pretty much every perceptible dimension, because if you weren't doing that, how in the world would you know that the tone had changed from what you had already learned about it? And so for the longest time, and this was also true for people who were investigating artificial intelligence, we had this idea that what people did was make a complex model of the world and hold it in their minds, so to speak, and then they'd act in the world and they'd compare what they expected to happen in the world with the model, and as long as there was a match, then there was no orienting reflex. Now the orienting reflex turns out to be quite a complex reflex. It's not merely an alteration in skin conductance. What it is in essence is the manner in which you start to unfold your response to the unknown. And the initial stages of that are very, very quick. But it's hard to tell when the orienting reflex stops and when more complex learning begins. They sort of shade into one another. So the initial stages of the orienting reflex are quite reflexive, but the later stages can be extraordinarily complex. So for example, well, I always think the example of betrayal is the best one because it's so complex. So imagine that, you know, you come home and you find evidence, lipstick or something like that, evidence that the person that you're with is betraying you. The first thing that's going to happen is that you're going to orient. There's going to be a real shock, and that's reflexive. It's very much akin to the response that you would manifest if you saw a predator or snake or something like that. And so that's very instantaneous, you know, and then that'll prepare you for action. You'll get ready to do whatever it is that you need to do next. That'll be a very unpleasant thing, but then it might take you even years to fully manifest the learning that would be necessary in a situation like that, because there's so many things that you have to reconsider. First of all, the person might now appear to you as a threat. That's pretty immediate. So there's a biological, physiological response first. Your body reacts first. Then you respond emotionally. That's going to take a while, and you know that emotional response might extend over days or weeks or months or even years. And then as you're doing that as well, you're going to try to start to resort out your interpretive schema so that it can adjust to the transformation that this error on your part, say, or this catastrophe or this betrayal, it has to adjust to whatever information that event contains. And so the orienting reflex can manifest itself over an extraordinarily long period of time. It's best to think about it as the initial part of what can be a very complex learning process. Now, that was a standard idea in psychology for the longest period of time, that we created a detailed internal model of the world, and we watched how the world was unfolding. We compared the two, and the physiology, the neurophysiology of this was even understood to some degree, even by the Russians in the early 1960s, because they basically localized. You could use complex EEG, electroencephalogram technology, to localize where the orienting reflex was occurring in the brain, and basically it appeared to occur, roughly speaking, in the hippocampus. And the theory arose that your brain, your cortex, let's say, produced a very complex model of the world, an internal model, and your senses were producing a model of the external world, and the hippocampus was watching those two things to see if they matched. And if they didn't match, there was a mismatch signal, and that would be the orienting reflex, and then your body would start to prepare itself for whatever that mismatch meant, and then you would engage in exploratory behavior to try to update your model. That was the standard theory. It was very well accepted theory. It has elements of cybernetic theory in it, but it was well accepted enough so that when people first started to experiment with artificial intelligence, that's how they tried to make artificially intelligent systems. They tried to make ones that would model the world and then act and then compare the changes in the world to that model. But that didn't go anywhere, as it turned out, because it turned out that it's so difficult to see and model the world that people had no idea how complex that was. It was impossibly complex, as it turned out. And so that's part of the reason we don't have robots wandering around doing apparently simple things like walking, walking in an environment like this. Now, when we look at the environment, we think, well, it's not that it's not that hard to look at. It's full of objects, and they're just self-evident. There they are, and we can just wander through it, and we don't even do that consciously to any great degree, because so much of that perception is presented to our consciousness without effort in some sense. But the AI guys learned pretty quick that perceiving the world was way more difficult than anybody had guessed. And then this experiment really, in some sense, put a phenomenological punch behind that observation, because one of the presuppositions of the orienting reflex theory that I just laid out was that you were very good at detecting changes, that your nervous system would automatically detect change, anomaly, right? Any mismatch between your model and what you expected. And then Well, the AI guys, I think, figured out, first of all, that that was a big problem, that the problem of perception was much more complicated than that. You know, it's actually, it's out of that same set of observations, in some sense, that postmodernism emerged in literature, because in literary criticism, because, well, it turns out to be hard enough to see a normal object like a chair, and part of that is you know, if you just do that to the chair, it's really different than it was before. You could imagine how different it would be if you tried to paint the chair under both those conditions, right? And if you really got good at looking at it, you'd find that even though if I asked you what color this is, you'd say white, if you were actually painting it, you'd find out that the colors of the chair when it's in that location and the colors in the chair when it's in that location, just because of the difference in lighting, are substantially different. I think it was Monet, who painted a very large series of haystacks in the French countryside, right, in different seasons and under different conditions of illumination, just because he was exploring how radically different the same object could be as it moved through contexts. And so it isn't even obvious why we think this is the same object when you move it. And the answer is something like, well, you can sit on it in both positions, which is not a description of an object, by the way, right? That's a description of something that's useful, something that's a tool, something that exists in relationship to your body. It's not an object. And so if you think that just looking at something like a chair is almost impossibly difficult and subject to interpretation, then imagine how difficult it is to perceive something like a text, you know, like a novel, because a novel obviously is subject to multiple interpretations, and the interpretations are going to depend on, well, at least in principle, on the intent, conscious and unconscious, of the author, of the time, of the place, of the culture, of the language. Then that's just on the side of the production itself, but then there's the reader. It's like, I've read books when I was 16 and then reread them, say, when I was 40, and the book was almost completely different as far as I was concerned, partly because I knew what was in it the second time and I didn't know what was in it the first time. And so the meaning that manifests itself out of a book is a consequence of all the complexity of the book plus all the complexity of the reader. And so, you know, if you're reading Russian literature, for example, and you've already read 50 Russian novels, you're going to be in a much more you're going to be in a different interpretive space than you are if, say, the Russian novel is the first novel you've ever read. And the postmodernists were grappling with this, as well as with many other ideas that I think contaminated their thinking. And their conclusion was, well, you can't extract out a canonical meaning from a text. It's so dependent on the situation that to say the text has a interpretable meaning is actually an error. Now, just because it's difficult to do something doesn't mean it's impossible. And
this is the exact insight Jacob Geller is describing when he did the essay on the future of writing about games. He's talking about this, the fact that you're going to play it and then gather the mechanics of what's going on. You're going to explore it. But the real exploration doesn't actually take place till you go back and do it again. So you come back from the other direction when you know what's going to happen, and now you're looking out at reality from the context of inside of the place that you're exploring. That's meta-adventure. That's the genre within which I am designing a game.
And there's massive holes in the postmodernist view, as far as I think it's an unbelievably pathological view, personally. But the thing is that there are reasons why it emerged, and the reasons were analogous to the reasons that the AI project initially failed, and analogous to the reasons that this experiment turned out the way it did. So I'm going to show you this. Many of you have seen this already, but as I said, it doesn't matter. So your job here is to count the time. See, there's a team of 3 people here dressed in white, and there's a team of 3 people here dressed in black. And your job is to count the number of times the white team throws the basketball back and forth to the white team members, okay? So we'll just run that. Okay, well, so obviously, or perhaps not so obviously, the number of times I believe that they threw it back and forth was 16, if I remember this correctly. But of course, that's not really the issue, because what happens in the middle of the scene is that a guy wearing a gorilla suit comes out into the middle of the screen and pounds his chest 3 or 4 times, and he comes out quite slowly, as you saw. How many of you? Is there anybody here who didn't see the gorilla? No. Well, you, and I presume all of you knew about this video, anyways. So Dan Simon, who produced this video, has got a couple of other ones where he shows that you know, even if you're smart enough to see the gorilla, because you've seen the video before, you've heard about it, if you make other changes in the background, you'll count properly and you'll catch the gorilla, but you'll miss the other changes in the background, and they're not trivial either. And it's really quite remarkable. He's produced other short videos, for example, where you'll be looking at a field, and a road will grow in it, occupying about 1/3 of the photograph space, and you'd think, well, yeah, you're going to see that. It's like, you don't. So, okay, so this threw a big spanner into the works, this sort of experiment, along with the AI failures, and we could even say the postmodern dilemma. It's like, well, everyone, virtually every psychologist, would have predicted before this series of experiments that there's no damn way you'd miss that gorilla, because your nervous system was actually attuned to change in the environment, and like, that's a big change, and it's also a gorilla. It's something you would really think that you couldn't miss, you couldn't possibly miss, especially when it's occupying the center of the visual field. And so, well, this is part of a phenomena called change blindness, and it helped psychologists who had been studying the visual system for a very long time figure out, well, mostly figure out exactly how blind human beings are, because we're way blinder than we think. And so we actually focus on much less of the world than we think. And we do that partly, it's not exactly obvious how we do it. It's kind of like we hold a still picture in our imagination and then fill in the details by using our central foveal vision, which is always dancing around like a pinpoint or a laser beam, moving back and forth, and we're assembling those little snapshots from the fovea into a relatively coherent picture. Maybe what happens is that I look at you, and then I look at you, and I've still got the information from looking at you, so my brain can sort of infer that's remained stable. But like, if I look at you and I pay it, I've tried to learn how to do this, because you can look at something and then pay attention to the periphery. It's annoying, but so if I'm looking at you, I really can't make out your eyes. I can more or less make out the fact that you have a head. I can see that especially if you move it, and so that's what your periphery is, sort of like frog vision or dinosaur vision. It's much better at picking up movement than it is at picking up something that's staying still, and that makes sense because, well, if it's staying still then, and it hasn't already hurt you, then it's probably not going to hurt you, but if it's moving, then, you know, that's a good thing that you might pay attention to. And so if your periphery catches movement, then you'll focus your fovea on it. It's like you go from really low resolution to really high resolution. And so the center of your vision is incredibly high resolution, but then it fades into low resolution as you move towards the periphery until it's out here, which would say be about 170 degrees. If I concentrate on this hand, I can tell it's a hand mostly when it's moving. I have no idea what color it is. This one I can't see at all. And then I can probably see my fingers now. And then I can clearly see them if I look at them with my fovea. And so your vision is a very, very strange thing, and it's focusing on something very specific. And so you're pointing your eyes at something very specific, and that's what you seem to see. And so then that opens up a whole new universe of questions. It's like, how do you decide what to point your eyes at? That turns out to be an insanely complicated problem. John Vervaeke talks about that all the time as the problem of relevance. And the issue is, well, there's many things in the world. There's an infinite number of things, let's say, and you're not going to be able to see them, that's for sure, even if they happen to be changing, as it turns out. And so out of this mess, first of all, how do you pick what to look at? And second, even if you do pick it, how do you see it? Because it's so crazily complicated. So that's the problem that we're going to try to unpack. Now, roughly speaking, what seems to
This is precisely what I'm talking about for the Zen paradox also. What we're literally describing is how the hell are you supposed to perceive anything? What the fuck is reality? Because it's going so fast, how are you supposed to absorb the complexity of what it is? This is the question that leads to everything that we're doing with this type of education.
What happened with the gorilla video is you have to take that first theory that you make a complete model of the world, and then a complete model of the world which is the objects in the world and how they're interacting, and you compare that to the objects in the actual world and how they're interacting. You have to modify that model. You say, well, no, you're certainly not making a complete model. And people should have known better anyways, even subjects to the limits of your perceptions, because there's all sorts of things in the world that you can't directly perceive. But what you're doing instead is, it's something like you're making a partial model of the world, but you're only making a partial model of the world that you're currently operating on with some goal in mind, and you're also comparing that to a model of the world as it's currently unfolding. Because the other thing that was implicit, this is really tricky, this is where you have to watch your implicit assumptions. The other thing that was implicit in the original cybernetic theory was that you have a model of the world that's complete, and then what you're watching is the actual world as it unfolds. And that's not a model. That's just your perception of the objects. But that also turns out to be wrong, because your perception of the world as it unfolds is also a model. And so what's happening is you look at the world you see is a model, and a very partial model at that, and then you compare it to the model that you expect, or desire more accurately, although the initial models were expectation. Because if you're in the lab listening to tones, it's not like you desire anything, but mostly when you're acting in the world, you have desires, and so the experimental constraints skewed the data in some sense by making people assume that what people were doing when they walked through the world was expecting instead of desiring. Anyways, you have a model of the world that's generated as you look at it. You have another model of the world that's something like the world that you desire. Then you compare both of them, and they can mismatch, and they can mismatch in a way that upsets your current pursuit. That's the critical issue. You don't see the anomaly unless it upsets your current pursuit. And you kind of know that too, because when you're, like, while I'm lecturing to you guys, you know, mostly you're sitting still, but people are moving their arms, and they're moving their glasses, and they're shifting their feet, and generally I don't see any of that, because what difference does it make? You know, it's not relevant to the ongoing what? Ongoing contract, the ongoing series of interactions. It's something like that. So as long as you keep your movements bounded within a range that doesn't interfere with whatever it is that we're doing, then it's going to be as invisible to me as the gorilla was when you were counting the balls. And the cool thing is about the gorilla experiment, or one of them, is that the reason you were blind to the gorilla was because you were counting the balls. And so that's so fascinating, because what it shows to a huge degree, an unfathomable degree, an unfathomable degree, is that the value structure that you inhabit determines what you perceive. It doesn't just determine what you expect or want. It bloody well determines what you see. And that makes the world a completely different place. No one really expected that. And so if you watch the basketball, you see the basketball. If you stop watching the basketball, well, then you see the gorilla. And so the first question that arises from an experiment like that is, well, just exactly what is it that you don't see in the world? And the answer is all of it. You see so little, it's unbelievable. You see that tiny amount that's necessary for you to undertake the next sequence in your plotted movements, something like that. But then that becomes very complicated too, because it isn't obvious how you can conceptualize or how you can determine what your next movement is. Because it's not like you just add up movements and make up your life. It's not that simple. And it's related to the novel problem, the problem of meaning in a literary work. So you imagine you're trying to specify the meaning of a literary work. Well, there's meaning in the word, but the meaning of the word is dependent on the phrase within which it's embedded. And then the meaning of the phrase is dependent on the sentence that it's embedded in. and the sentence in the paragraph, and the paragraph in the chapter, and the chapter in the book, and the book in the corpus of books of that sort, and then within the culture, and then within whatever your peculiar personal experience is, all of those things nested are operative to some degree when you're extracting out the meaning at any level of analysis. They're all operating simultaneously. And so you might say, well, what are you doing in this classroom? Well, the answer is sitting in a chair. But that's, obviously, that's a very short term and content.
In Punch Drunk Love, Barry Egan gets called by his sister, and she says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "I'm talking on the phone to you. I'm standing."
Next independent answer. But you're also attending to what I'm saying, hypothetically, and you're attending to some of it and not to other parts of it. You're thinking about some parts of it and not other parts. And you're also attending a class, and the class is a sequence of lectures, and that's embedded within your desire to finish up the semester, and then to finish up the year, and then to get your degree, and then you nest that inside whatever it is, whatever the reason is that you're getting your degree. And then maybe that's nested inside your career goals, and that's nested inside your life goals, and that's nested inside your ultimate values, which you may or may not even be aware of. And so I could say, well, you're sitting here because it serves your ultimate values. Well, that's true. It seems a bit abstract to be useful, right? It gets so vague out at the outermost levels that it doesn't really have much specificity, right? So it seems to lack information. But by the same token, if I said what you're doing is sitting there, it has the same problem of too restricted meaning because of over-specificity. And so there's some level in there that you would interpret as meaningful. God only knows why. And that's the level, there's a natural level of perception for that sort of thing. So for example, when children learn to name an animal, for example, they'll name cat. They don't name the species of cat or the subspecies of cat. And they don't confuse cats with dogs, even though they're both in the category of four-legged furry mammal. So why not call a cat and a dog furry mammals? Well, children don't do that. They go to cat and dog, and people who've studied the acquisition of language have found that there are basic level categories that children pick up first, and they're often represented with short words. And the words are short because they've been around a long time, because they seem to reflect the natural level at which people perceive the world. But none of that's obvious. You know, I mean, you could just lump all animals together, for that matter, and just call them animals, which we do sometimes. So anyway, so it's very difficult to specify the meaning level, and it's not very easy at all to figure out how we do it. And so that's partly what I'm trying to unpack. So here's part of the issue. So let's say that you have a computer. Yeah, I have a story for this. So one time when I was in Montreal, I was using my computer. I was in my apartment, and I was typing out an essay, and it crashed. And so what happens when your computer crashes? Well, you know, usually you utter some sort of curse. And it's interesting that you do that, because the circuit that you use to curse with is the same circuit that monkeys use to detect eagles or leopards or snakes. And so when there's a bunch of monkeys together, you know, they're not all preyed on by eagles and leopards and snakes, but you know, there's usually a predator in that category for every single monkey population. And so when the monkeys are watching, they have an emotional utterance that the most nervous monkey might utter first, that basically says, you know, hide from the eagle, get out on a thin branch so the cougar can't eat you.
Robert Sapolsky has some great information on this, telling us about where laughing even comes from, where comedy even comes from, is from this primal warning to everyone else, like, oh shit, something's going down, watch the fuck out. So the arrival point of comedy as a sermon-like situation where we're trying to make ourselves more well and avoid the threats, that's the last talk in my Risk compilation by Chris Gethard. It's called The Ghost of Weehawken.
And look the hell out for the snake. But there's a circuit that's linked to emotions that produces an instinctive utterance that represents that category. And that's same circuit that you use when you curse. And it's not the same circuit that you use for normal language. And we know that because that circuit is activated in people who have Tourette's syndrome, because they preferentially swear. You think, well, why in the world would you have a neurological condition that makes you preferentially curse? Well, that's the reason. You don't just have one linguistic circuit. You have one for, oh my God, there's a predator.
Wow.
And that's the one that will get activated when something happens like your computer crashing. Because, you know, you're an evolved creature, and so those old circuits that were there, say, 30 million years ago to deal with exceptions are the same circuits you're using now to deal with your computer. Why else would you want to hit it? Right? Because that's what you want to give it a whack. It's like, it doesn't behave, whack. Aggression right away. Well, that's some clue as to the category system that you're automatically using to encapsulate the event. Okay, so fine, what do you do when your computer crashes? Well, first you curse, and then you do the stupid things that idiot primates do when they're trying to deal with something that's way too complex, and maybe you turn it on and off, right? And that doesn't work, it didn't work, and so then I thought, well, maybe the power bar went, so I checked the power bar, and I turned it on and off and nothing happened, and so I brought a light behind the computer and the light wouldn't go on, and so I thought, aha! I must have blown a fuse, so I went to the fuse box and took a look, but the fuses were fine. And so I thought, oh, the power's gone out. So then I went outside and the power was out. None of the street lights were working. The power was out everywhere. And it was seriously out because this was the time that almost the entire northeast power grid in Quebec collapsed. And the reason it collapsed is because there was a solar flare. That happens reasonably often. And the solar flare produced a huge electromagnetic pulse because it's basically like a million hydrogen bombs going off at the same time, 93 million miles away, produces this tremendous electromagnetic pulse, passes through the Earth's atmosphere, produces a spike in current in the main power lines and blows the whole system. And so just so you know, an event like that happens about every 150 years. And if we had one now, it would take out all of our electronics, like one of the big ones. There was a big one back in the late 1800s. Everything, satellites, computers, cars, everything, gone. And so that's a big problem, and no one knows what to do about it. One missed us by about 9 minutes, I think 2 years ago. So that's something else to worry about if you're inclined to worry about those sorts of things. Okay, so what did I conclude from that? Well, the function of my computer was dependent on the stability of the sun. It's not the first thing you check out when your computer crashes, right? You don't run out and go, hey, well, yeah, the sun's still there. No problem, I can cross that off the list. But to me, it's an extraordinarily interesting example of the invisible interdependence of things, and our tendency to fragment things. What we seem to do is to look at things at the simplest level of analysis that actually functions. So for example, when you're interacting with your computer, you're not interacting with your computer at all, really. You're interacting with the keyboard, sort of one key at a time, and you're interacting with the symbols on the screen. But as long as the computer is working, you don't care about it at all. You don't give it a second thought. And you certainly don't care about the fact that it's dependent on, well, the electrical power, for example, and the electrical power is dependent on, I don't know how many men are out there right now, or were out there last night when it was freezing rain, fixing power lines and freezing to death while they're doing it so that your stupid computer doesn't malfunction while you're watching cat videos. There's this incredibly dynamic living system that's social and economic and political that has to remain dead stable in order for us to have access to functional
social
and
order.
Pure, non-fluctuating electricity 100% of the time. Because you also don't think, well, the stability of your computer is dependent on the stability of the political system, but of course it is, because if the political system mucks up and the economic system goes, then people don't go out and work to fix things, and things are breaking all the time. That's their normal state, is broken, not working. And that's all, in some sense, folded up, not only inside your computer, but actually inside your conceptions your tiny conceptions of the computer while you're using it. And you only get a glimpse of what the computer is really like when it doesn't work.
Yes.
Then it's when it becomes a complex object, right? As long as it's working, then your stupid perceptions are perfectly fine to get the job done. And that's another indication that what you're using your perceptions for is to get the job done. And how you specify exactly the level of resolution that you should be operating at, I haven't sorted that out, but it's something like you default to the simplest level that moves you to the next step. You know, so for example, and generally that is what you should do. If you're having an argument with someone that you have a long-term relationship with, you can start by arguing about what the little argument is about, or you can immediately cascade into whether or not you should have a relationship with this person at all, or even into whether or not you should even bother with relationships. Which is, you know, every time there's an argument, that question is a reasonable question to have emerge, or at least it's in the realm of potential reasonable questions. But it doesn't seem useful to jump to the most catastrophic possible explanation every time some minor thing goes wrong. That's what happens to people who have an anxiety disorder. And that's what happens to people who are depressed, right? They can't bind the anomaly. And so what happens is it tends to propagate up the entire system until it takes out their highest order conceptualizations. You know, so if you're seriously depressed, maybe you'll watch a news article about something stupid and you'll think, Jesus, why should I even be alive? You know, and I'm dead serious about that. If you score like 60 on the Beck Depression Inventory, which puts you way the hell up in the depressed range, anything that happens to you that's negative will trigger suicidal thoughts, roughly speaking. And sometimes even positive things will do it, because there are very few positive things that happen that don't carry with them some threat of change or transformation. So, you know, one mystery, it's a big mystery, is why don't you fall into a catastrophic depression every time something little goes wrong? Because it's not, that level of analysis is not self-evident. And you see this with people who are high in neuroticism too, you know. Their trivial fluctuations at their workplace or in their relationships or in their health will produce a disproportionate negative emotional response. But it's part of the range of normal emotional responses. Some people are very, very high in neuroticism, so everything upsets them. Some people are very low. And the reason that whole range exists is because sometimes you should get upset when some little thing happens to you, because it's an indication that the whole damn environment has got dangerous on you. And sometimes you should just brush it off because, you know, its net consequence is low. But how do you calculate that? Very, very difficult question. So, you know, when your computer goes wrong, well, you have to pick the proper level of analysis to fix it. And you could say, well, there's something wrong with the circuit board, and maybe, you know, there's a crack in one of the somewhere that it's soldered. And or, you know, sometimes now when people are building microchips, they've run into a crazy problem. You know, microchips keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And so the little wires now are down to atomic width, or, you know, the width of maybe 20 atoms or something like that. But really, they're really getting thin. And so that produces another problem, which no one would have ever, no, you wouldn't expect. And that is, you know, that at the quantum level, there's uncertainty about where electrons might be. Normally that doesn't matter. The degree of uncertainty about where your electrons are is small enough at your size so that it's basically irrelevant. But down at the subatomic level, where these microchips are starting to be produced, sometimes the electrons will be outside the wires, and that means that they're getting so damn small that they'll short circuit by themselves, because the electrons aren't stable enough to be where they're supposed to be in the wires. And so, well, the reason I'm pointing that out is because a problem that exists in a system can exist at any of the multiple levels of that system, and it isn't obvious where to start. And a lot of political arguments are like that, you know. It's like, well, maybe a company goes bankrupt and its shareholders get, or maybe a bank fails, and so people can't withdraw their money. And one response is, well, that just shows you how rotten the capitalist system is. It's like, well, maybe that is what it shows, but it seems like that might not be the most appropriate level to start. And so again, it's like Occam's razor in the scientific world, right? You want to use the simplest explanation that it's not that fits the facts, because you don't organize your perceptions by facts. it's kind of like you want to use the simplest tool you can possibly manage to fix the problem. So you don't, when your car has a flat tire, you don't buy a new car. You fix the flat tire if you can figure out how to do it. And so you go for the thing that will put the tool back together with the minimum involvement of time and effort. It's something like that. And you care about that because you have limited time and you have limited resources. And so it makes sense for you to conserve them. And I'm telling you that partly for practical reasons too, because this is a very useful thing to know. If you're arguing with someone, you want to argue about the smallest possible thing that you could argue about that might fix the problem. You want to really specify it. It's like, what's going on at a micro level, and what's the minimum that I would require to be satisfied with the outcome. And if this is especially true in intimate relationships, is like, if someone's bugging you and you want them to change, you think, well, how can I be minimally bothered by this, and what's the tiniest amount of change I could request that might satisfy me? Because otherwise, the argument will come unglued, and every time you guys try to discuss a problem, you'll start talking about whether you should even be together, and then you're done, because you'll never solve a problem. And then you won't be together, because you'll never solve a problem.
You'll never solve it no matter what. So okay. Just be happy with what you got.
So here's a way to think about perception. So let's say that this is the thing you're trying to look at. I called that the thing in itself. Now, that's a schematic of a thing in itself. So the thing in itself, that's an old philosophical concept, and I think it came from Kant, but I'm not sure about that. It might be older than that. And the thing in itself is what you could see if you could see everything about something, but you can't. So it's a hypothetical entity. And maybe, who knows, if I was looking at you like the thing in itself, maybe I could see every level of your being from the subatomic up to this level of perception, and then beyond. I could see your family relationships. I could see how they were nested in your societal relationships, economic relationships, political relationships, the ecosystem as a whole. Like, I would see all these levels at the same time. Of course, I don't, because I can't. What I see instead is, first of all, you're radically simplified by my senses, because they're just not acute enough to say see you at a microscopic level, and they're not comprehensive enough to see your connections across time. So my senses filter a bunch of you from me right away. And then I'm also filtered from you by your willingness to act like I want while we're together. Because you could be doing all sorts of strange things at the moment, but you're not. And so you're helping me simplify my perceptions of you by agreeing to play the same game that I'm playing while we occupy the same space. And that's basically politeness. That's the mark of someone who's well socialized. You walk in somewhere, you get the game.
Or as I like to call it, your basic circle of social civility. The disregarding of this is the primary thing you want to look for to identify abusive pattern within any type of relationship. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's a coworker, is it romantic, is it a parent, is it a sibling, is it a peer? Is it some kind of other superior like an employer? I hate talking about this one the most because there's no such thing as a superior, and the only reason this happens is because we ourselves carry on the obeying of a superior, and when we cease obeying them, then there won't be anybody who's superior anymore until we eliminate all the people that want to kill others for not being subordinate to their false authority.
You play the game and you don't scare the hell out of everybody. And that's partly how we keep our emotions stabilized, because, you know, if you're like a Freudian, you think, well, as long as your ego is well constituted, you can keep your emotions under control. It's like, yes and no, mostly no. I like the Piagetian idea better, which is, if you're well socialized, you're awake enough to identify the game that's going on wherever you go. And then you play that game immediately, and so do all the other socialized primates, and so then you can just understand the game. You don't have to understand them, thank God. You can just understand the game, and as long as the game continues, you don't have to be nervous, because you at least know what's going to happen, and maybe you even know how to get what you want in that game. And so that, again, that's really worth thinking about, because we talked about this before, about why people want to maintain their culture. It isn't just because their culture is a belief system that helps them orient themselves in the world. It's because a belief system is a game that everyone who shares that belief system is playing, and the fact that everybody's playing means nobody needs to get upset. So it isn't like the belief system is directly inhibiting the emotions. That isn't how it works. So, and it's not like the culture is just a belief system. It's only secondarily a belief system, man. Mostly it's a game that people are actively engaging in. That's way more important than the beliefs that go along with it. You don't even need the damn beliefs, you know. That's why wolves can live with each other. They don't know they don't have a belief system exactly. Mostly they have a set of, they have a game. It's the wolf game, roughly speaking, and all the wolves know how to play it. And so that's that. That's how they keep themselves organized in their packs. A lot of it's externalized. And so, okay, so anyway, so the thing in itself, that's a very complicated thing. It's got multiple dimensions, multiple levels. And then it's worse than that because it doesn't only have multiple levels, but all of those levels move across time, and every one of those levels shifts as it moves across time. And so I like to think of the thing in itself like a symphony. I think that's a good model. I think that's why we like music, in fact, because music shows you a multi-level reality that unfolds and shifts across time within some parameters, right? Because it's not just chaos. The music has an element of predictability and an element of unpredictability, and it has these multiple levels, and that's sort of what everything in the world is like. It's what the world is like. So this is even that is just a conceptual model of the thing in itself. First of all, that's only got 2 dimensions instead of 3, because it could be a cube. And then it has, even a cube has 3 dimensions instead of 4, because if that was a cube, adding the 3rd dimension, then it would also be a cube that would transform and shift as it moved across time. And that's what the thing in itself is, but that's too damn complicated. So then the question is, when you look at it, what do you see? And the answer is, to some degree, it depends on what you want to use it for. And so I would say, well, here, look at the different ways you can look at this. You might say, what is this? And somebody could say, well, it's a rectangle. And would you say that's correct? It's like, well, it's not correct because there's not a one-to-one correspondence, but it might be a useful conceptualization. If you think about that as a box, it could contain that, and if you were carrying the box, you'd only have to be concerned about the box, and so that would be fine. That's a good functional simplification. That one's a little higher resolution because it says, well, yeah, it's actually 4 rectangles, and that one says, well, wait, think about that as an orchard that someone's looking at from the top. You want to figure out how to walk from south to north. Well, you got a little map there, because you can think of those as bars instead of collections of dots. Piaget showed that children will automatically do this. So for example, if you take 6 dots and put them in a row, and you take the same 6 dots and you stretch them out so the row's this much longer, and then you ask the child where there are more dots, the child will say that there are more dots where it's longer, because they're flipping in some sense between the perception of the individual dots and the perception of the shape that the array of dots makes. And so the shape is longer because you can see it as a rectangle, and so they think, well, longer is bigger, bigger is more, there's got to be more dots. So, well, whoop. And then there's this one, which is sort of an amalgam of this one, and then that one. There's that one, and that's the highest resolution model of that that's still a simplification. And, you know, what I like about this diagram is that, you know, people say, well, the facts are the facts, and what we're disagreeing about is our opinion about the facts. It's like, no. Yes, you have an opinion about the facts, but the world is so horribly complex that you can actually disagree about the facts themselves. And I think an ideology does that to people very, very commonly. So I saw this movie once that Naomi Klein made. If I tell you the same story, tell me, okay? Because I don't want to tell you the same story, but I might. So she went down to Argentina after a bunch of money had got out of Argentina because of a financial collapse, and she went to a factory that had been padlocked, and it was a heavy machinery factory, and the workers had decided they were going to undo the padlocks and go build machines, you know, to hell with the owner who shut it down. And so she went down and made this movie, and followed these workers around and, you know, showed how catastrophic their lives had been because they'd lost their livelihood in this big financial crash. And so that was really interesting. But then she went and interviewed the guy who owned the factory, and she treated him like he was like a cipher in some sense. Instead of asking him how he got the factory, what he wanted to do with it, how it fit in with his life plans, why he shut it down instead of continuing it, you know, she didn't get the backstory on him. She just left him in the evil capitalist box and went on with the film. And it was like, it wasn't like what she did wasn't true, but it was only half true. And it was half true because she could perceive the complexity of the workers, having sympathy for them. But as far as she was concerned, the enemy, the owner, had no complexity. He was just bad capitalist, and that's how it was left in the movie. I found it profoundly unsatisfying because I wanted to know, okay, it's like, you know that these workers are suffering. It's not self-evident that you want your damn factory closed. You'd think you'd want it open so you could be building things. It's like, who are you? What are you doing? Why is this justifiable? Have a question about it. Well, you can take this infinite set of facts and then you subject it to your filters and you let some of the facts through, and they're facts. But what about all the facts that you don't let through? That's the thing. And that's what the gorilla video shows too. It's like, yeah, you got the basketball count right, but you missed the big primate. And you might say, well, your priorities were a bit skewed in that circumstance because you were rearranging the deck chairs as the Titanic sank, you know, as the old joke goes. And so it's very much useful to think always, well, it isn't just your damn opinion that's biased, although it is. It's your perceptions that are biased. So, well, and with your words, it's even more. So you say, well, you can't see the thing in itself because it's too complex, so you perceive it simpler than it is. And some of that perceptual simplification is dependent on your aims. So that's a vicious one because it pulls the value structure that you're ensconced within into your perceptions. It pulls it into the realm of facts itself. And then you do another, I think about this as a compression. You know, you can compress a photograph by getting rid of redundant information. That's sort of what you're doing here. So you're like one of these squares, little black squares here, black rectangles, compresses all of those. It's like we're going to treat those as if they're grayish black. Same thing happens here. So we're blurring across them. So we have a much less high resolution image here. So you take the thing in itself, you perceive it as a low resolution representation, and then you take that low resolution representation and you replace that with a word, and so the word is a twofold compression. And then when someone tosses you the word, you unpack it into the low resolution perception and then maybe into the world itself if you can do that, but probably not. So that's what we're doing. We're taking the complex world, we fold it into a simple perception, we fold that into a word, we throw the word to someone else and they unpack it. And the only way you can unpack it, of course, is if you've had enough similar experience so that you have the reference for the word already in your experience. So, which is why you have to use simplified language with children, right? Because there's no point tossing a child a concept that he or she can't unpack. So we compress a very complex reality through a very, very small keyhole. That's basically our cognitive processing. Okay, so then here's the next kind of argument. This goes along with
Alright, let's keep this going in a minute, but let's put this narration that does go here into where it goes. So this is the new part I wrote after drafting all the scripts and those audio notes. The weirdest thing I could say about my ADD, or differential detail brain, is this: words both are and are not my strength. They are my blessing and also my curse. When Alan Watts says if you don't use words you don't have any problems, it struck me. Probably end of October or sometime in November 2019. So when Jordan Peterson said if you don't find your own words you don't exist, the resonation truly rang. like the circuit had completed, so the current began to move. That was probably in August of 20 that I found that quote. I didn't hear it because I wasn't really listening to Peterson audio yet, but I read that quote from him on somebody's social post. If you don't find your own words, you don't exist. It's very difficult to find your own words, but I saw me. The current jumped the little gap. It's neuronal. The huge gaze has the tiniest and inevitablest grounding point behind it. It comes out of the not see aspect, the back. Or the underside, as Watts says in The Web of Life. Everything is vibration. Now you see it, now you don't. What I don't see enables the way I see what I see, when I see it. And detail is the word usage impact. So is the huge gaze. They said Einstein was doing a lot of thinking about tons of different things altogether. And the inventor of Mario, Miyamoto, he was walking through gates at a shrine and transposed that into a video game for Star Fox 1. My experience in psychedelics and Minecraft boosting in general was akin to the imagery of putting glasses on my eyes. Only it's my word mind, sharpen up and make usable my vocal word projecting. I had spent a long amount of time and words distracting myself. Self-collaboration, which is reading or studying what I've outputted across an extending timeline and interpolating via iteration, which is radical creativity, gave me a special ability, a skill in the crafting and idea-catching skill tree. The ability to figure out what the fuck I've actually been trying to say when detail is distraction from the point being made is precisely what I did. I saw me. I was explaining this to my friend the other day on the call that I'm going to feature on stream once I edit it together into a complete podcast, that I had to open the book and start reading the book that's me in order to figure out what I'm trying to say and what it is I'm making and what I can make. So that was the huge gaze bouncing through the Zen paradox, refract and returning back into an all-dimensionally accurate image, as the Zen paradox does.
The science kind of argument. That's basically our cognitive processing. Okay, so then here's the next kind of argument. This goes along with the science religion argument that I was making earlier, which I want to unpack a little bit more. I think that fundamentalists and atheistic scientists have the same problem. The fundamentalists, so we could say the Christian fundamentalists in the US, make the proposition that biblical stories, we'll call them mythological stories, are literal representations of the truth. And that might be true depending on what you mean by literal. But what they mean by literal, or what they attempt to make literal mean, is that they're in the same category as scientific facts. Because they don't have the idea that there are different ways of approaching truth, and that truths can serve different purposes. They don't have a sense that your definition of truth is actually something like a tool rather than an ontological statement about the reality of the world. And so the fundamentalists basically make the proposition that the idea that God created the world in 6 days 5,000 years ago is literally true. And they get the 5,000 year estimate, by the way, by going through the genealogies in the Old Testament and adding up the hypothetical ages and figuring out, how long before Moses Adam lived. And some bishop did that back in I think it was in the mid-1800s. I might be wrong about that, but it was somewhere back about that time. And more or less that's been accepted as canonical fact ever since. And then the scientists say, well, yeah, those are empirical truths, they're just wrong. See, and that's the only difference there is between the fundamentalists and the atheist scientists. The fundamentalists say, those are fundamental scientific truths, and they're right, and the scientists say, well, they're scientific truths, they just happen to be wrong. Well, I think that's a stupid argument, personally. I mean, for a bunch of reasons. One is that the people who wrote the ancient stories that we have access to we're in no way, shape, or form scientists. You know, modern people tend to think that you think like a scientist, and people have always thought that way. First of all, you do not think like a scientist. Even scientists hardly even think like scientists. But if you're not scientifically trained, you don't think like a scientist at all. So one of the things, for example, that characterizes your thinking is confirmation bias. And so if you have a theory, what you do is wander around in the world looking for reasons why it's true. And a scientist does exactly the opposite of that.
Why is
in
it
the
false?
little tiny narrow domain where he or she is actually capable of being a scientist. And what they have is a theory and look for a way to prove it wrong. But believe me, you don't run around doing that. I mean, you can train yourself, so now and then you can do that. You know, you can learn to listen to people, for example, on the off chance that you might be wrong. But that is by no means a natural way of thinking. And of course, the fundamental philosophical axioms of the scientific method weren't developed until Descartes and Bacon and who else? Descartes, Bacon. There's one more. Anyways, the name escapes me at the moment. But you can argue about when science emerged, but it certainly emerged in its articulated form within the last 1,000 years. I think you could say even more specifically that it emerged in the last 500 years. Now you might argue with that and say, well, what about the Greeks and other people who were fairly technologically sophisticated or who invented geometry or that kind of thing? But yeah, bare precursors to the idea of empirical observation. Aristotle, for example, when he was writing down his knowledge of the world, it never occurred to him to actually go out in the world and look at it to see if what he assumed about it was true. And it certainly never occurred to Aristotle to get 20 people to go look at the same thing independently, write down exactly how they went about doing it, compare the records, and then extract out what was common. I mean, that seems self-evident to us to some degree, but you know, it was by no means self-evident to anyone 500 years ago, and people still don't do it. So it's not plausible. If you know anything about the history of ideas, it's not plausible to posit that stories about the nature of reality that existed before 500 years ago were scientific in any but the most cursory of ways. So why we have that argument continually is somewhat beyond me. Part of the reason is, though, that everyone, fundamentalists included, really believe in scientific facts. Even though they hate it, they'll use computers, they'll fly. Computers wouldn't work unless quantum mechanics were correct. Like, the fact that you use a high-tech device indicates through your action that you actually accept the theories upon which it's predicated, right? The same as flying, same as anything you do in a complex technological society. You're stuck with it. You're reading by the lights. Do they work? Yeah, they work. Well, so it's really hard for people who are trying to hold on to a way of looking at the world that appears to contradict the scientific claims when everything they do is predicated on their acceptance of the validity of the scientific claims. It's really problematic for people, and it's problematic in a real way, I think, because one of the problems with the scientific viewpoint is it doesn't tell you anything about what you should do with your life. It doesn't solve the problem of value at all. In fact, it might make it more difficult, because one of the fundamental scientific claims, roughly speaking, is that every fact is of equal utility, at least from a scientific perspective, right? There's no hierarchy of facts. It's not exactly true, because you can think of one theory as more true than another.
Or they're
but
not useful
that
for
boils
anything.
down to saying that it's more useful than another. So I don't think that that's a really good
Since
exception.
we can't control events.
So fine. You got the scientific atheists on one end and you got the religious fundamentalists on the other, and what they both agree on, whether they like it or not, is that there's so much power in the scientific method that it's difficult to dispute the validity of scientific facts. And they seem to exist in contradiction to the older, archaic stories if you also accept them as fact-based accounts. So what do we do about that? Well, if you're on the scientific atheist end of things, you say, well, those old stories are just superstitious science, second-rate, barbaric, archaic forms of science. You just dispense with them. They're nothing but trouble. And if you're on the fundamentalist side, you say, well, we'll try to shoehorn science into this framework, and really that doesn't work very well. It doesn't work very well with the claims of evolution, for example. In fact, it works very badly. And that's a problem, because evolutionary theory is like It's a killer theory, and it's really, really hard. And like, it's not a complete theory, and there's lots of things we don't know about evolution, but you know, trying to hand wave that away, that's not going to work without dispensing with most of biology. So that's a big problem. So here's another way of thinking about it. You don't just need one way of looking at the world. Maybe you need two ways of looking at the world, and I'm not exactly sure how they should be related to one another, like which should take precedence under which circumstance. But one problem is, what's the world made of? You know, what's the world conceptualized as an objective place made of? And the other is, how should you conduct yourself while you're alive? And there's no reason to assume that those questions can be answered using the same approach. I mean, physics has its methods, and chemistry has its methods, and biology has its methods. So a method for obtaining the truth can be bound to a domain. So why would we necessarily assume that you could use the same set of tools to represent the world as a place of objects and to represent it as a place in which a biological creature would act? I mean, anyways, I'm suggesting that we don't view it that way, that we have two different viewpoints. Maybe they can be brought together, although it's not obvious how, but that it's not a tenable solution to get rid of one in favor of the other. And I think the reason for that is that you need to know how to conduct yourself in the world. You have to have a value system. You can't even look at the damn world without a value system. It's not possible. Your emotional health is dependent on a value system. The way you interact with other people is dependent on a value system. There's no getting away from it. And you say, well, there's no justification for any value system from a scientific perspective. You're going to draw that conclusion that no value system is valid. Where the hell does that leave you? There's no down, there's no up, there's no rationale for moving in any direction. There's not even really any rationale for living, and so people say things like that. Well, why the hell should I care what happens in a million years? Who's going to know the difference? It's like, yeah, true. Stupid, but true. And the reason I think it's stupid is because it's just a game. You know, I can take anything of any sort and find a context in which it's irrelevant. It's just a rational game. It's like, who cares if 100 children freeze to death in a blizzard? What difference is it going to make a billion years? Well, what do you say to someone who says that? You say, well, seems like the wrong frame of reference, bucko. That's what it looks like to me, you know, because at some point you question the damn frame of reference, not what you derive from it. And it certainly seems to me that situations like that don't allow you to use that kind of frame of reference. There's something inhumane about it. And that trumps the logic, or at least it should. And if it doesn't, then all hell breaks loose, and that doesn't seem to be a good thing. Okay, so I have this quote from Shakespeare here. He says, all the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Well, it's the sort of thing that you'd expect a dramatist to pen, but that's how he looked at the world. And we still watch Shakespeare's plays some hundreds of years later because there seems to be something essential captured in them. Something about how people do act, but more importantly, I think, how people should and shouldn't act. Because what fun is it going to a play that doesn't outline how someone should and how someone shouldn't act? You want a good guy, or a couple of them. Maybe they can be complex interminglings of good and bad, you know, that makes it more sophisticated. And you want a bad guy, or a bad, you know, you always want to see that contrasted, either within a character or between characters. And it's because you want to know how to live properly, that's how to be a good person, and you want to know how to live improperly, how to be a bad person, so you can watch out for people like that, or so you can figure out what that means for yourself. It's compelling, and that's another thing that's worth thinking about. Why is it compelling? And it's compelling to everyone. That's the thing that's so cool, is that there aren't that many phenomena that you can point to that are compelling to everyone. Music is close. It's a very rare person who doesn't like at least some genre of music, no matter how narrow. But the other one is stories. You're hard pressed to find someone, especially if they're younger, who doesn't like stories. Why? Is it a waste of time? Or is there something going on?
Celebration
Well,
crasher. Hates fun.
I think it's not only not a waste of time, it's actually the most fundamentally important thing you can possibly do, because there's no difference between understanding stories and figuring out how to get along in the world. So, and there's a tight relationship between the story that you inhabit that structures your behavior and the games that Piaget talked about that organize people's behavior. You know, to some degree, the reason that we can all sit in this room together like this is because a huge chunk of the value system that guides our behavior is shared. So I'm lecturing and you're sitting in the classroom, and that distinguishes us to some degree, but you know that that's partly merely a consequence of the difference in our age. It's the same trajectory, we just happen to occupy different positions in a value hierarchy that we both accept. And so as long as you feel that that's fair and just, then you're not going to object to it. But I'm here in the classroom for many of the same reasons that you're here in the classroom. If you look at the higher order parts of the value structure, and maybe right out at the end of that, because I've tried to figure out, if you push why you're doing what you're doing right now to its ultimate limit, so you can't get a story that's superordinate to that, it's something like, well, you believe that the investigation of the world to acquire knowledge is worthwhile.
Questioning
Otherwise,
is
what the hell are you here for? And even if, you know, 80% of your motivation is to get a good, stable job, fair enough, there's still something outside of that, because...
And Wake the Beast mentioned this. He said the main feature of ignorance is that you don't want to go explore what there is. You don't want to go find what are some medicines that can help you, and what would be available if you were to canvas this adventure that you find before you. So you don't want to do that. You just want to instantly open Stanley's door and instantly Stanley's free. That's not an adventure. It's not going to happen like that.
The whole culture says, well, you're more likely to be able to function properly in a good, stable job if you're the sort of person who knows how to go out in the world and forage for information usefully. And I think that's very much analogous to the hero story. It's like you go out and you search the unknown to find something of value. And so fundamentally, that's what we're doing in the classroom. And the reason we can all organize our behavior is because we accept that framework. Consciously would be we know how to articulate it. Unconsciously, it's, well, it doesn't matter. We know how to act out the patterns. Whether we can say the rules or not, doesn't matter. Same as a wolf pack. We know the procedures, and you could describe them with an articulated value structure. Let's take a break. Okay, so let's go back to the complexity problem. See, I actually think in some sense, it's the fundamental problem. When you read about the terror management theorist types, they think that death is the fundamental problem. And that's a good argument, because it's definitely a fundamental problem, but I think it's a subset of the complexity problem. And the reason I think that is because sometimes people's lives become so complex that they'd rather be dead. So, and the reason they seek death through suicide is to make the complexity go away, because complexity causes suffering if it's uncontrolled. You know, things just get beyond your control. And that can happen, you know, if you're hit by 3 or 4 catastrophes at the same time. You know, maybe you have, the political system collapses, there's hyperinflation, you lose your job, and you have someone that you love or 2 people die, and maybe you get cancer, something like that. Like that, those things happen to people, and they just think, well, there's no getting out of this. Like, it's just too much. And you know, one of the things that's very interesting about being a psychologist is that what you learn if you're going to be a psychologist is that people come to you with mental illnesses, and that's almost never true. People come to you because their lives are so damn complicated they cannot stay on top of them in any way that doesn't make it look like they're just going to get more complicated. And so then that causes symptoms. You know, it's like, there's this old idea, it's sort of a metaphor for genetic susceptibility. Take a balloon and blow it up until it's beyond its tolerance, it's going to blow out at the weakest point. Well, that's sort of what a genetic susceptibility is. If I just keep adding complexity on top of you, at some point you'll blow out at your weakest point. You know, maybe you'll get physiologically ill, maybe you'll start drinking, maybe you'll develop an anxiety disorder, maybe you'll get OCD, maybe you'll get depressed, whatever. There'll be something about you that's the weakest point, and if I just push, that's where you'll blow out. So that's a mental illness, but those things almost never just happen. Sometimes, but not very often. Usually people have just been hammered like 2 or 3 different ways, and then they collapse in the direction of their biological weakness, and then maybe you put them back together, but it's almost always a complexity related phenomena rather than a mental illness related phenomena. Not always, but almost always.
I gotta see who else is online, because everybody I was watching has raided out or logged off. I can't just do what I'm doing. I have to also listen to other people. Just has to be this way. It's this. I have something about this in my other script that's kind of, it goes in the second overworld, so I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot during this one, but the action of exchanging our information together, this is what I'm getting at with the fact that there's no teacher. I'm getting information, you're getting information from your game, mine is from my game. We're kind of transmitting particles back and forth, and there's something about that action that is, it's recharging your mana somehow. It's a means of rotating the gears in each of our metaphysical ego, as it were, the part that the ego grows up from and out of. It rotates that. So you can do this in a self-oriented way. You can write the book and read the book, as I've been talking about a lot lately. But the literal action of exchanging the information, looking for it, getting it, showing each other some of our information, that's like the exchange of money. That's exactly what the exchange of a currency means. But in this way that we're doing it, when we succeed at exchanging information and making contact, we're generating the energy of our will, of our decisions, which we're making, our creative decisions, essentially. Because that's what the decision amounts to. What are you going to select? What are you going to unselect? Which thing are you going to click on? And which one are you going to scrap? Those are your choices that you get to make. All that stuff's still there and it's still happening even if you make no selections. But it's not very interesting if you make no selections, because it's just the one stream of whatever the hell it is, colliding and bouncing into each other and itself back and forth. But when you start selecting, you start crafting. You start finding out how the items interact differently. So when I'm going to go back through this content and gather up a bunch of different items that I knew were related, but I hadn't yet decided in what order am I going to present them. The object of a music playlist kind of reflects this thing that I want to do. And it's just another example of the meaning of lurking in content that's interesting, and the meaning of, furthermore, just re-listening to the same singular one over and over, versus what does it mean when you start realizing the entry points and the exit points that allow the different items to thread together into a cohesive, different picture, a different flavor, a different texture, a different tone, a different melody. All of this is the thought that you get to when you realize this exchange of information is the currency. That information is the real currency in some sense, some fundamental way. The number that's money, no, not real. Completely imaginary, completely approximated, means nothing. The information that transcends numeric information, in the sense that we've contextualized it through the lenses of a game world, a person, an environment for that person, and where you're simultaneously looking out at reality from the game world's context, and you're looking in at you through the lens of the game, or the tool, or the story, like Jordan Peterson was just saying. You're getting a sight of what there is, of what it is. That's the real thing. That's the real reality. Particles that is currency that we're trying to exchange, that we're wanting to exchange, and that by doing the exchange of these details and information particles, we're fueling basically the bio machine that we are, the bio computer that your fucking brain is, that you are as a human animal. That's what it runs on. It runs on information. It runs on emotional currency. So the secret, the thing we're getting after, the thread we're trying to pull on, is how to be all the way here. How to be fully emotionally authentic. How to access anger and use it correctly. In a way that doesn't leave you so fucked up you can't function. Because if you refuse your anger, that's what's going to happen. You have to actually implement it correctly. And all the emotions, you have to not refuse any of them. In the action of refusing, I liken this to speeding on the highway. The asshole who's speeding, trying to hurry around everyone else. The thing about that is, what that does is puts you in a position where everybody's in your way. You're trying to hurry around them. They're in your way. You're choosing a behavior where you're putting everybody in your own way and pissing your own self off, and you're dumb. You're an idiot for doing that. But you might have fun doing it. So like, there's the two ways of saying that or looking at it. But you might also cause danger or injury or harm or regret or sorrow with that action. So I think of that behavior in a motor vehicle as something cosmic. It's like playing hardcore mode. It's the Joker mode. You literally wield the power of life and death when you pilot a large machine that's capable of crushing animal life. That's just what it is. You're choosing an action that's mystical in a really interesting, calamitous way. Jordan Peterson talks a lot about our capacity for malevolence or for malice, for action that is destructive and for angry, evil behavior. He really gets to the core of confronting what is the dark part of being human, and what does it exactly mean to have confronted that, to have taken it on and battled the boss within you and defeated it. What does that even mean? How can you do that? That's kind of my question too. So in that earlier narration I played, that was from the very beginning when I wrote these seed scripts, and I had been writing those for about a year at that point before it finally got to the point that I could see what I was looking at, and it's 3 different chapters that are differentiated in this specific way. I'm showing on screen right now the main summary overview of the first one, and I have a similar item like this for the second and third that describes what they contain, delineates what their differentiation is that causes the 3 to be separate and causes them all to not just be the one script. Because as I started writing the script, I was like, no, this is another script, this is another script. I kept finding more differentiation points and title points that allowed me to sort the information and organize my information into these different word sets. I'm saying, look at this information. Let me get some of your information. Like, let me gather the information that only you can contextualize for me, and let you get some of that information that I can only contextualize for you through my way, allowing us to make that real perception of this infinitely complicated, pulsating reality we're looking at from these 2 different vantage points. It gets to the meaning of a unity of self and other, to understand the currency about that, about saying, I need to get some of your information, and I need to show you some of this information over here, and that's what we're trading. That's what it is that we're able to get from each other that is uniquely valuable, in such the way as to say, only you can get this information, only I can get that information, and only through the transaction that is this human contact can these 2 informations become something that we have crafted. So I think of human contact as literally a craft, as an act of bringing forth something that doesn't get made unless you put all the materials into a list, think about it, and experiment and do radical iteration and figure out how to combine them, and which elements go where, and try it, keep trying it, and keep doing it, and keep rehashing it, and throw parts of it out, and bring other parts of it back over and over until you figure it out. That's how you do it. That's what your human contact process is going to consist of. It's going to be exactly like creativity when you get to it, which is why at the end of this whole thread I think of essentially this model, the idea that you should make a craft and you should make a stream and you should tell people what you think and what you feel. And like Peterson says, you have to find your own words or you don't exist. The reason for that, the reason to do that is because the reason that rises above any other kind of goals or reasons you might go along behaving one way or the other in the suffering vehicle that's called human life is so that you get the power, you get the energy of human contact, the affection energy, the love energy, where existence is love. This is how you do it. You figure out what you're trying to say by reading the book that is what you're trying to say, and then the more you figure that out, the more you say what you're trying to say better. Other people can hear it better. They can see you. They can, by seeing you and hearing you, they are able to figure out what they can make better, because all these perspectives illuminate each other. And that's the mechanism of a buff that you cast outward from you that you click on the button and it gives somebody else a benefit. You click this little spell and it casts the benefit. It comes from you. It creates a benefit. The benefit helps you, and it also helps other people. And then with those benefits, they can do the same thing. They can cast their buff, and that's how it goes. This is how the game is carried on. What the hell is this guy's deal? Alright, maximize this narration. No, this is the wrong one. Don't maximize that one. This one, the rule for all containers, the paranoia conundrum, the secret squad narration. First of all, please do not underestimate the peril of, please beware of, the wrong weed. You might be avalanching stress with the wrong weed, where another one may synergize and medicate your profile of stress encumberment optimally. Just try a different one if you're not having a good stress situation. Difficult to identify that because stress makes you way less aware of what's going on. So now let's think about the value of flipping from comfortable to risk. Essentially the action you feel when you play a video game that is going to delete your save file if you mess up and get defeated. Or if you mess up driving a motor vehicle and cause bodily harm or your own death. Flipping from comfortable to risk brings you over an authenticity threshold. The problem is when you trap anger in place, that stops you from actualizing. But if you learn that authentic spontaneity switch and then use it for diffusing the fear to become the creativity exertion, then you got the message. Now, I studied losing my mind and caught this in particle form, but now I finally have been able to scan it and see the relation between the particles and what they depict. Magic eye. That's the huge gaze. Side B is a koan solution. When you tell someone, yes, it's stupid, go ahead and quit if that's what you want. It secretly discourages them. They feel freer. This is seen in the new film Soul from Pixar, and also in Alan Watts when he explains the question about giving somebody permission to commit suicide if that's what they want to do. There's a whole joke about it a little bit into the beginning of the Web of Life. So, question. Question asker says, I am going to do something ridiculous and life-destroying. This is somebody having a difficult experience, the experience of the complexity problem, and this is what they say. So this is the answer. Okay, yes, we believe you. We can see that your situation is very exist. But you see, anger blocks you from answering this correctly. You get hit by the special attack. It's fucking overpowered. It needs to be nerfed. That is the trap of anger. Its only use is to flip your awareness toggle. Then you need to refuse to be contained in that place. You have to exert liberation. Basically, you have to decide to disband the container and float freely out from it. The call is over. You are imprisoned in the booth. Image interlude of the cursed phone booth liminal art. You actively enact hanging up the phone, and boom, you've opened creativity.exe. Who's shooting me? Jesus Christ. So, you actively enact hanging up the phone. You open the creativity.exe. You rescue you. This is the model I discovered by rescuing me from an oppressive cult. This is also the rule for all containers. You have to liberate you from it. There is no other way. This also corresponds to the rule for all terrors from Alan Watts in my curriculum. but in an opposite way, because the rule for all terrors is you go straight in. You confront it. This corresponds also to the Jordan Peterson dragon parable, or like a boss dragon. Enemy that you have to confront, so you can't just ignore it. But confronting it is what fear is taking you. You're afraid to do it, so you won't do it. That's the fear mechanism inside of anger. Since I cannot seem to access the intelligence of this behavior, I will have to exit the game, fairly inevitable. So then, this is the arrival point. The second person perspective is to watch you, and be the liberator of that one that got hit with the whack anger attack. In dungeon raiding, you have this immobilize debuff. I'm thinking of the beginning, the first boss in the Black Temple raid from this expansion, the Burning Crusade. But your teammates just need to run over and defeat the trap. That's how you get out of it. So your second person is just as good, you or family. The secret squad is you and your loved one. Question. I am going to do something ridiculous and life-destroying. Answer. Okay, yes, we believe you. We can see that your situation very exists. But you see, anger blocks you from answering. You get hit by the special attack. It's fucking overpowered and it needs to be nerfed. This call is over. You're imprisoned in the fucking phone booth. Actively enact hanging up the phone, and boom, you've opened creativity.exe. You rescue you. No buzz. A very slight amount of buzz. a sound check right now. It sounds pretty good. Okay, first of all, I need to preface this with a comment from earlier today. I'm just pulling that up right now. Okay, got it. Let's put this up on the screen too. Alright, we are essentially asking a question that is extremely fundamental right now. And that question is how to meditate. How to do it. Okay, yes. Let's connect this. Okay. Okay. Oh. Not that one. Okay, so this is actually the starting point where we are. How to meditate. To meditate, you actually flow through a very overt and physical sequence. At the moment you arrive in the now, you're actually experiencing intense fun that washes away what's commonly described as overthinking, or as being stuck, unable to watch your thoughts. In essence, it's a compulsive kind of a feeling. And it's a feeling we actually get trapped in as a matter of, we're basically kind of programmed to get trapped there in the current state of our culture, at least where I am. So the problem about this flow to meditate is if you fail to understand that there are other steps besides that part that walks you up to that. And then there are also subsequent steps that constitute stop so that you may even start again. I've been studying this without realizing I was studying it for most of my life. It started with the Nintendo Entertainment System and Game Boy. The real secret that I'm trying to give away is the fact that it's intensely fun and joyful moment. People don't realize that. It's jamming. Now is not something you can grab and engage for days non-stop. I can't teach you how to do it, but the next best thing is a method that I call creating your instructions. So what I try to do here in my monastery specifically is invite people in to discuss it, to discover the questions that we're looking for. Discovering the question is actually the first step of creating your instructions. Now, so Alan Watts on this topic says that this is actually one of the very first Watts audio I ever heard. It comes from Do You Do It or Does It Do You, Part 3, which is like the bonus disc, the meditation help, like the actual guide kind of extra. When they first released this, it was put out on CDs and tapes, I believe. And so the part 3 is not a lecture, it is a guide, essentially. And Alan says in that talk, or in that guide rather, the easiest way to get into the meditative state is to start by listening. But the way he says that is actually hilarious to me, because he kind of hid the answer or the secret inside that sentence. It's actually not possible to start by listening. It just won't work. You have to actually start by creating your words. Well, I use the term creating your words, but what I mean is, if you don't find your own words, you don't exist. You cannot watch or listen at all, not for one single particle. You cannot do the slightest amount of listening until you find your own words. So, where I am at is a place of realized identity as a monk. I literally had to leave the social contract that I came here from, or that I was born in. They attempted to program me, and basically I wasn't able to be educated. I wasn't able to be programmed. The beginning of my message to me came forth before I had any other part of the message, and it is what is contained in my username. Although there was only the words repeated twice, but there was only one obtuse in the name when it first came out, indicating the beginning, the front entryway of sorts. Basically, the blue gate is a symbol for that, and many other things. In my path, my adventure up to here, in this game that I'm playing. So the second one came in much, much later, but I still hadn't gone through the door yet, but I needed both of them there to be able to actually open up the gate. But the name's the very, very beginning of the message that I contain, essentially. Almost lost my place here. But yeah, before I had any other part of the message constituting my own words that I found and created, it was just the single word, the single name for an entity called obtuse. So there's something 100% spontaneous, cannot be known, predicted, or asserted, and it can only be seen by accident. So what I just said about naming my inmost voice before I even knew that that's how I got the name and it was speaking to me, it was an accident. I accidentally picked it up and started building the path upon each brick of the message, scaffolding on the way up. So that was a large tangent, because what we're actually talking about right now is Alan Watts telling you that the easiest way to get into the meditative state is starting by listening. So, to see the inside and outside world as one happening, where no time exists, that's only a very, very small piece of awareness. It's essentially the smallest one. Like in a singularity, you have the theoretically largest amount of mass in the theoretically smallest amount of point, a singularity point. And that's literally what seeing outside, inside as one happening means. It's the furthest in point that you can approach. You can never actually all the way reach it. I feel like the only way you actually all the way reach it is literally death. It's literally the event of ending your event and going into the interval. So let's start right there and catch this. You can't try to listen. Exactly. because you cannot try to listen. It's just awareness. It's not something you can do by trying to do it. That's why I find it so interesting that the supposed how-to content that comes with do you do it or does it do you, he's literally saying you start by listening. That's not true. You don't start by listening. So then that brings us to the question. Well, then how do you start? How do you do... Alan Watts spent his life asking this question of his teachers who wanted him to do the great thing or make the great thing, etc. He would ask them. They said he just didn't work. He didn't do the work, so he wanted to know, well, how do you work? How do you do that? So that question is essentially where we are when we are asking. So if you don't start by listening and you can't start by listening, then how do you work? How do you do whatever is prerequisite to get to that part where you start by listening? Because it's not the real start.
This morning I was discussing the joke of death.
And it's going...
There is a current and never-ending now in the fourth dimension, the timeless realm.